Yes, people. Big up everyone. How's everyone doing this evening? Hope everyone is doing well. It is Sunday. Time is 8:04 GMT time. Please make sure when you come in that you like the stream, share the stream, subscribe if you are new. Please let me know, people in the chat, how's my sound going? I'm just gonna get my little introductions before we get going into this live stream tonight. So, Jesse, yeah, for sure. It's a lot of people have a lot to say about this topic, so yeah, I'll make sure for sure that we listen to your viewpoints at all. So, yep, obviously, evening, Fiona. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well this Sunday. Obviously, it's the day before Monday. It's the work week. You know how it is. It's like, I like Sundays, but I'm like, oh, great. It's just a reminder, isn't it? That it's just back to normal, isn't it? So it is what it is. It's what it is. Manchester boy, big up. Hope you're doing well. Anti-socialite, hope you're doing well. Big up, big up, big up, big up. So just before I get into it, I just want to say, yeah, I don't know if everyone caught the fight last night, but there's been a big hoo-ha-ha thanks regarding AJ's, I want to say the loss. It's more about the reaction to the loss. And I know my boy Falcon, he did a stream on it, and quite a few people have done a stream on it. And, you know, people are giving their takes on AJ. I didn't actually watch the fight myself, but of course I've caught the highlights, and I understand that he obviously lost on points. People said that he was outclassed. Cool. But again, people are clearly going at him regarding his outbursts, and he seems to be unhinged. He seems to be very, very unhinged at the moment. And of course, his poster boy status is gone. Let's be honest. He was the poster boy for British boxing for a long, long time. But as I said on Falcon Black channel, I believe a lot of it down to what happened in the BLM, where he said what he said. The public have not forgiven him yet. So any of those who've used that as an excuse, they've latched onto it, were people who, yeah, just don't like him at the moment. So any loss, they salivate at the mouth. Same with Lewis Hamilton, because of the things that he's been saying the last couple of years. They're salivating at the mouth every single time that he's not winning a race, or he's done poorly against his teammate, whatever it can be. Yeah, they're using it as an excuse. So I was so expecting it. I mean, I was hoping that he'll win just so that's the case, so it won't be that case. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, big up to everyone in the chat. Please again, make sure that you like the stream, share the stream, subscribe if you are new. And originally, I was actually going to do this live stream. I had another live stream planned, but I've pushed that back to Wednesday. God permitting, everything goes okay. Just because, you know, YouTube and its funny algorithms, man, I'm telling you, it's just it's like peak season sometimes when it comes to certain topics, and certain things raise its ugly head. Anyone who's been in YouTube game or any sort of space, you know, topics are cyclical. You know, you go around in cycles, you go around in seasons. One season it's this, next season it's that, then it comes right back around. It's gonna be a situation where you all know the talking points. It's gonna come back around. It may be because of new people in the space, but I believe it's a lot more sinister than that. But yeah, this topic has been rearing its ugly head for the last sort of few weeks, and it's gotten more force because it's not like this is a new thing. This isn't new at all in regards to this whole passport bros, passport game. You could also put SYSBM in there, but you know, I'm just going to focus really on the passport situation. I'm going to sort of separate the two and give my thoughts on it, because I'm Manchester boy. You've talked on this a little bit. I want to start here, because a lot of these talking points about going overseas, and this is the starting point. It comes from a lot of, you know, the brothers over the across the pond. And when it was there, I didn't actually mind it. I thought, all right, fine, whatever. We know Americans, they don't really travel abroad like that. They don't really have passports like that. It's just a case of, you know, they're just something new. They want to talk about it, and it's acting like it's something amazing. So big up to him. But then I'm like, why are man them over here taking on this mantle? Why are man them over here acting the same way as if this is some sort of brand new thing? I mean, this goes back to one of my videos I did talking about how, why is it that we always seem to latch onto their trends? Why is it that you guys can't be original for once in your life? Please, I'm begging you. Why can't you be original? Why is it that you have to, you know, be the tail that, you know, chasing the tail? Why can't you be the head? This is why they call you guys, you know, your begs. That's why I called you guys begs when it comes to them, because it's like, serious. Why is it you guys can't just stop your own thing? It's just crazy, bro. It's just crazy. And this is a classic example, because let's just start here. a nice basic situation. Because this is why I'll say this: it's not taking as much of a hold over here, but it's still coming up over here. And I know Falcon, you did a stream on this and all that kind of other stuff. So I'm hearing a few brothers on there. I've seen there's quite a big passport bro in this space who's from the UK, and I'm just like, it's just so forced, man. And it's just so corny because let's be honest, we all know this. Most of us have passports just like off the get-go. This is like most of us have passports when we're born. This is nothing new. Traveling, the idea of traveling for us, it's nothing new. And the idea that somehow this passport is giving you this amazing opportunity, I'm thinking to myself, what? I mean, again, I understand how they will pitch it because again, when I looked at the stats, I want to say seriously, like 20% of them have passports. I'm like, how is that even possible? But it is. Obviously, that stat is getting higher and higher. And for such a developed nation, it's also kind of a weird conundrum over here. But for me to listen to that kind of stat, but over here, I'm like, why are people going and banging on about passports? Why is that such a thing? Traveling is just a normal thing in our everyday life. And it's just like, when I hear this old talk of, oh, get your passports, this, do that. I'm like, bro, you don't need to tell us about getting your passports. This is nothing new. Traveling is nothing new. There's nothing wrong with traveling at all. Now, I'm going to get into the reasons why they're traveling. Because let's be honest, we're going to call it passport game, but, we all know what game it is. But let's just start here. I'm just going to start here for this. So when I see a lot of the UK man, them, I'm just like, why are you guys forcing it? We should be the ones almost telling these guys, look, we do this as a minimum. You speak to most people, I speak to my colleagues at work, friends, most people, the one of their startup conversation is when you next go on holiday, where you going to. Most of us will travel around Europe for dead cheap, at least at the minimum, maybe 2 times a year. Some other people, they're a bit more, they got it like that, so they go more further abroad. And that's why I'm just like, this whole idea of, traveling, it's just, this ain't no foreign concept. Most of us have been to far and wide. When I speak to you guys, it's like, why is it some sort of foreign concept? But yeah, Jesse, yep. We know the reasons. Again, I'm going to get into it, but let's just start with the core concept, because when you actually ask, or when you actually state, oh, why are you going over there? The core reason is, oh, well, we want to travel, we want to experience something new, we want to do this. Okay, fine. But again, why is that like a new thing? Why is that something which seems to be so pushed right now by us? This is something which for a lot of us is ingrained. And the next part of it is so fascinating, which is why I don't know why you guys seem to latch on, is because look at where our families are from. And this is the biggest reason why I'm like, what? It's like, it just comes across, again, in my humble opinion, I'm not trying to be above it all. I'm not preaching to anyone. This is just my viewpoint. So disclaimer for anyone who gets, upset. But if you look at our families, where they're from over here, Caribbean and the continent, most of our families are located across the four seas, all the continents of the world. We have family right now in probably the Caribbean or in Africa, but not only that, I have family in Canada, I have family in the US, I have family, I believe, in Spain. I know my family member moved to and fro. I have a family member in Spain. I have family members, I believe there was in Africa. I need to check on that, but we have family members all over the place, and especially if we know the migration of Caribbeans and migration of Africans, and we know we have family members who are all over the place. I see Africans in Ukraine, Africans in China, Thailand. Bro, I see Africans all over the place. So the idea of this traveling situation, if we just say passport games about traveling for culture, for a new way of life, getting a passport. I'm like, bro, most of our diasporas, especially the Caribbean, are bigger than the countries that we reside in terms of population. I think the stat that says, in terms of, like, for example, Jamaica, there are more Jamaicans living outside Jamaica than in Jamaica. And I'm just like, bro, we have family members. We know we do. We have family members all across this place. So this idea about this is some new thing, I always find it interesting. And that's how I know it's an American thing, because Americans will consider Canada not part of the West. I'm like, what? What? They will consider places like, I've heard Spain being listed. I've heard places like Finland being listed as this somehow utopia that's not the West. And I thought to myself, places like Canada and Finland, they're statistically more feminist than America, than the US, than the UK. Finland have a female prime minister right now. Look at Canada and Justin Trudeau. You look at all these nations that these guys laud as this place to go, as this utopia. And we know the reason why. We're going to get into it later. But let's just start off with just traveling. These places that they go into, they are places that we, of all people, should know, because we have family members living there who have been there, traveled there. Not just, I've been there for a weekend. We have family members residing in there who we can just call up ask them a couple of questions, see how their life's getting on, and we can all ascertain the difference between how them see it when they go there for 2 weeks, living it up, versus somebody who lives there like pretty much like a local. So I'm always just fascinated. I really am when I hear us talking about these things as if it's some sort of revolutionary idea, and I'm like, bro, our diasporas, we travel, bro. We live in other places. We've had to flee, escape our places a long time. 40, 50, 60 years. This is nothing new. And even us here in the UK, again, we travel mostly for holidays. And again, if you've ever watched the TV program Brits Abroad, this is mostly white Brits. I'll give it that. They go to like Ayia Napa, they go to Ibiza. They're always tearing up the place. Geez, Brits have the worst reputation when it comes to Europe. It's unbelievable. They go to the place and they tear it up. There'd be a nice place you go to. Even Eastern Europe's getting taught by Brits because of the drinking and loutish and the sort of the what do they call it? That culture, Jack the Lad type culture. And we all know how Brits are when they're abroad. They drink, they're drinking, binge culture, they're drinking like crazy. So this is nothing new. Because I see a lot of you black guys out there like that. And don't get me started on what happens when a lot of us go to Greece and stuff with all the stabbings. So it's like, bro, we have a reputation over there when we really call it down there. We see these things, we know about these things. This is nothing new. So when I hear this kind of conversation with passport bros, I'm like, bro. Bro, it's just so cringe. And I don't know why you guys force it. It's like, bro, you don't have to force everything that comes from their mouths, man. Even the terminology, even the verbiage. And then, do you know what kills me? I've had people chat to me when I try and say that. I say, oh, you're trying to copy them. But in the same token, they'll say, oh, they'll use the same sort of verbiage that they use, the same sort of talking points. And I'm like, bro, that's not applicable over here. It just ain't. Now, I know. Let's be honest. They cater towards a certain market. They cater towards a certain audience. So I'm like, fine. But it's just like, why are you acting like you're not from a position of more understanding and more awareness? And why are you almost misleading the public on things that we know about? This is the next thing. Because when the brothers and sisters or the brothers over the pond talk about the non-Western world, again, they're classing Canada as that. They're classing places like Spain. I've heard Germany, Japan. I'm like, bro, Germany, Japan. Germany has Angela Merkel, who she was once part of the head of the EU. Again, Americans have never had a woman leader, so they will go crazy if they go to some of these places. Finland, Scandinavia, they all try to be this heavily feminized, egalitarian community where they're trying to force people. This are all things which a lot of these guys don't even preach and promote. So I'm like, how are these patriarchal? How are these not Western? I don't know. And especially when it comes to promiscuity, we talk about traditional. We all know what Amsterdam's about. We all know what happens when you go to the Netherlands. We know what that's about. Most Europeans are open and free. You have nude beaches. Bro, if you have a nude beach in these places, you're not traditional, you're not conservative. Just stop the noise. Please stop the noise. Hate to break it to you, but when you go to Europe, now, us in the UK, we do not consider ourselves European. This is a strange one, but for any Americans or any US people listening, UK people do not consider themselves Europeans. When we say Europe, we mean Spain, France, basically everyone else bar UK, probably Republic of Ireland, and that's probably about it. Everything else we consider Europeans. We do not align ourselves with the same European culture. Now, so if anyone is old enough to remember this, I'm sure I'm at age now. There used to be a show on Channel 4 called Eurotrash. And this was after Watershed. I don't know if Watershed's even still a thing. But if you watch Eurotrash back in the day on Channel 4, and a lot of times it was European shows, bro, it was just flipping nudity. It was just openness. It was just, bro, they are so far ahead when it comes to, I say far ahead, they're so much more less traditional, more liberal. Look at the Netherlands. They had, Black Santa or Black Pete. These things are just alien to a lot of the UK and US mandem, that they're like this. Oh, no. I guarantee it, if that was in those nations, it's gone crazy, it's gone to hell. But yet you're going to these same nations that preach this, that not only have an actual fundamental community in things like blackface, in things like nude culture, nude beaches. But this is why, again, and we all know the reason why, again, we call it the passport bros, we call it the passport game, but we know what it is. We know what time it is. And yes. Jesse, you just hit the nail on the head. And Falcon, big up to yourself. Yeah, age of consent 14. So I'm just like, when I hear this, I'm like, please. I don't understand why. I understand why the Americans, they get involved in this conversation. They're not traveled like that. They don't know the situation like that. But we do. We really do. And I get it. You're just catering towards the audience. But why? Why? Why lie like that? Why lie? But the reason why they're going over there is because, let's be honest, it's more liberal when it comes to sexual access. Because this is what this whole conversation is about. Let no single man on here, I'm telling you right now, confuse any single woman about what the reason why they're going over there for. People talk about extra culture. People talk about we want a tradition. People talk about want something different. And here's the thing: I don't believe they're all lying. I really don't. I don't believe that they don't experience a good different culture, because let's be honest, when you go abroad, you do like to experience different things, different language. Um, roads are different, architecture is different. Even a lot of these cities now looking very samey, which I'm not liking. That's another subject. Let's be honest, I don't disagree with that. When I go on holidays, I like to have an itinerary of the sort of the monuments that I can go to. I like to see certain things. So if I'm going to Italy, I want to go to the Colosseum, I want to go to Sistine Chapel. I get all that. I get all that. But let's be honest, they really go in there just because they have sexual access. They have a higher inflated status, likelihood that they're going to nations which don't have the same type of currency, well, a lesser currency exchange, so their money travels further, and they can get access to women who they can't get access to for the same sort of price, or the same type of authority, or the same type of, using the word game, whatever you want to use. It's a way of being able to miss out or cheapen the idea of, if it's maybe going out on dates or whatever it is, it's just a cheaper way for them to get access. Now, again, no problem with that at all. But again, it's just like the reason why I'm just confused is because, look, don't sell it as something that it's not about selling it as something that it ain't. But it's just, bro, it's just so crazy when I hear, and it's so cringeworthy to me when I hear UK Mandem talking about it. And yeah, Fiona, yeah, it doesn't really travel further Euro nowadays. But I'll say when it comes to, and I'm not mentioning these nations, they go to like the DR, Colombia, or funny enough, even when they go to the Caribbean, the money just travel further. But yeah, for European nations, yeah, I don't think it will travel. Matter of fact, it's like almost like 1-to-1 now for the euro when I looked at the exchange rate last. So yeah, it probably doesn't travel as far. But it's just like the talking points just, it doesn't stack up. And when he gets pressed, when they talk about this stuff, it's always on a defensive mode. I mean, listen, passport bros, another thing, you guys really are sensitive when you get just asked a couple of questions and say, well, hold on a second. If this nation or these women are so traditional, then how are they single still by the age of 21? Because you would always complain to a Western woman that over the age of, let's be honest, 25, that you're a leftover woman and you should be married. And if you're not, something wrong with you. Yeah, I'm like, a lot of women I'm seeing over there look a hard, they look a hard 25 or younger if they do. And if that is the case, how traditional are they? Because they're not wifed up, which means what type of women are you getting over there? But again, that's not what this conversation is about. That's not what it's about. I don't want to be going in that lane. I don't want to do that kind of stuff. Do you? Do you? This is what I'm saying. So I just want to put a disclaimer, since there's more people in the chat. I was going to say it at the start, but I'm going to say it right now. This is a disclaimer. Do you? Ultimately, just do what you need to do. But I'm just giving my opinion on why is it that why it makes no sense to have this sort of, burgeoning passport game. It makes no sense for us to have this ideology that this passport is some new revelation, number one, and traveling is like this new thing that it's a mecca that we've never experienced before in our lives. We all, and pretty much, have stories of multiple places we've been to. It's crazy, and especially considering most of our families' roots lie outside of the West. Africa's not the West. Caribbean is in the Western Hemisphere, but do we class it as the West? I don't think so. We know the West is technically standing, or it means a more MEDC country, a more economically advanced or developed country, shall I say, as opposed to an LEDC or even an NIC country. We all know what it means. We know it means, for the most part, any country which likelihood is it's a bit more poor, it's a little bit more less developed. That's essentially what they're talking about. But isn't it funny though? This is the next thing, because it ties into this whole idea about, we want to date this and date that, and we shouldn't be policing who we're dating and all that kind of other stuff. And I'm just like, how is it that us don't seem to recommend women from any of our non-Western parent countries? I'm trying to think, and again, someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never seemed to have heard any so-called, again, this is what I'm saying now, please correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I've never heard any of these passport bros, any of these type of bros, the SBM, that they kind of do overlink. I've never heard them say, you know what, we should go to Barbados, we should go to Jamaica, we should go to Haiti, we should go to Nigeria, we should go to Ghana, we should go to I don't know, Namibia, Tanzania. I've not quite heard that, because again, these are all non-Western nations in terms of its economic development. These are all places where, because guess what they always tell me? They say, we want black women. We like black women. We just don't like the Western black women. Okay, cool, cool. Now, I've not heard any of these content creators, because I've heard, I will rescind it. I've heard one person say it. But I've not really heard these content creators really preach that and really talk about that. I'm trying to think, what? So when they talk about these black women, they go to places like Colombia, they go to places like Dominican Republic, which they do have a large Afro population. Do not get me wrong. They do have a large Afro population, but this is where it's the Americanism now. This is where the American man them, this is where I'm going to say, I don't know why UK man them talk like this, because at the end of the day, Brazil, Dominican Republic is heavily mixed. And Americans think anything that's got a little bit of Afro is black. I saw a live stream where this black guy was acting like this woman was black. Oh, you Afro, you Afro. Yeah, you Afro. I'm like, bro, if she was over here, she would be like mixed at the most, quarter cast, really. But let's be honest, she looks hella white. Ain't no stereotypical black woman. They're talking about the Americanized view of the one drop rule. Same with Brazil. People say Brazil is the biggest black nation outside of the continent, bro. You look at Brazil, you look at how they see themselves, you look at the stats. There's a huge colorism problem in Brazil. How would a nation with all black people or majority of black people outside the continent would have a huge colorism problem if there isn't loads of, let's be honest, mixed people, non-indigenous type blacks? Bro, do people forget what actually this history of the slave trade in Brazil was? Do people forget that they had a huge black population and they had something called, they want to keep better the race? So they forced the black slaves, especially the women and the men, to date out and keep dating out and keep dating out and keep dating out until it whitewashed Brazil. So this idea that, I'm not saying there aren't black people there, but the idea that we're going to see this kind of stuff, I'm like, come on, it's just. So when I hear even UK man them talking like this, oh yeah, I'm like, come on, man, you guys know what you're just catering towards an audience. We know this is the case. It's like, why are you pushing? And the thing is, this actually hurts you guys, because you do realize how black people are formed. Let's just take it from a very simple basis. There's only one way a black person can be formed: a black man and a black woman. There's no other way it can be formed. But again, this is what happens when you have these, funny business where, as long as you have a black father, it's a black child. Now let's use that logic, because this is what's happening now. You have a black father having with a non-black woman, but the child's considered black, even though we know it's mixed. So that mixed child will say, I'm black. That mixed child will date another non-black person, have a child. Child gets even lighter. But you've told the father he's black, and you've told him, because he comes from my seed, my child or my children are black. So guess what? You have a quarter caste child. That quarter caste child is told, no, I'm black. I'm black just like this dark-skinned black guy. And so on and so on and so on. So do you know when people talk about this whole transracial stuff, I thought to myself, black people are the last ones should be talking about transracials. You pretty much are perfecting transracials. You are perfecting transracials. How do you not know that Rachel Dolezal's character doesn't have a black father that was told, my child is black because I'm black. Then their child is black because I'm black. Then their child is black because I'm black. So you go, all right, the whole line, and we know they ain't black. Let's just be honest. The eye test will tell you that. But you've told them, guess what? You're black. Why? Because this is how it is. It's just it, bro. When black men or men say that they're more analytical, that they're more future thinking, that they're more this, but when I hear some of the comments, I'm like, bro, you do know what this actually means if you go along with this line of thinking. I just don't. I get it, but then I'm just like, and I'm just like this. Look, do you with it? do you? But I'm just confused when it comes over here to the UK. And I tackle UK topics. I'm just have to comment on this at least one time to say, bro, what is going on with your senses, man? This is not something that happens over here, bro. This is not that's not how it happens. We have a category called mixed. We have these categories. We know what time it is. When I was younger, it was bro, I just don't get it. As to why it's something that would even take hold over here. And let's talk about the next thing as part of this dating out culture, because this is what it's all about. I'm sorry. We have some nerve to be talking about this kind of stuff when since there's a stat I saw, but basically since we've been over here, since the Windrush generation, when have black men ever been stopped from dating out? I mean, I played a clip in the 90s talking about how black men at the time were dating out to a tune of, I think it was 40%. And this was in the 90s. So those children or the people who won that show were had to been born in probably the 60s or the 70s, probably late 60s, 70s. I give it that kind of range. So that's pretty much a generation on from the Windrush. That's pretty much the Windrush children. So at what point have black men ever been stopped? Or what point have you guys ever been stopped over here now? UK man, them. I'm talking to you guys. What point have you ever known black men not to be afraid to exert their options and not be afraid to actually go ahead with their options, regardless of what the climate is? We all, I mean, if anyone's old enough to remember, Nigel Benn was criticized, but he's still married a white woman. Chris Eubank, all them man, them there, Frank Bruno. It's like we've had this talk. This talk is not new to us. Interracial dating is not new to us. This idea of, oh, you got to do this, we got to leave this, we got to leave that, bro. No. The idea that some of these talking points, you guys are morphing. I'm like, bro, please simmer down. Please, this ain't that. I mean, the Americans, for all their crap that they talk about, they will date black women to the tune of like 80%. Bro, over here, the tune is like 40%, and it's probably getting less and less and less. So this idea that, all my days, even if you're not having a passport, you want to date, we need to date out. Bro, when have you ever been stopped from dating out? Come on. All this idea of dick policing, has that stopped the stats? All the idea of shaming, has that stopped you guys? The idea that you guys get stopped midway before you're about to nut. I'm like, dick, please, bro. You guys are busting like crazy, and we all know because we see the kids, we see the children. So I'm just like, this idea, it's just like, stop, man, stop. It's just like, it's just forced. And again, I have to say a disclaimer, people, before the new people in chat, people have not heard what I've said, people just want to latch onto the new things I've said. Do you? But the idea that these things are just like, oh my days, we should be passport bros. For what? We have passports, we travel all the time. We have family members who live in all these other nations that these people lord for the most part. When it comes to dating, you guys date out to the tune of like 60%. It's probably going to get even more during the next stats. This idea of these transported talking points, for me, makes no sense. We have been far more advanced than the American man them. The Americans need to say, look, this is what happens after you follow this game for the most part. This is what you'll see. So I'm just like, we're pretty much past. We have superseded what they have done on a smaller scale, no doubt, but certainly we've superseded what they've done. So I don't know why this conversation seems to be in a way which, again, it's just, we look like begs, and it just looks like begs, and it makes no sense. The concept makes no sense. I wouldn't be able to even bring this up in any of my black friends or black families about passport. Get your passport. It's like, yeah, we know, we've been like 3-4 times this year. What what are we talking about? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, you went out with you went out with us. It's like, it's just like, I don't know. The whole talking point, the whole ideology, the whole everything just don't make no sense over here. So I'm just like, I'm listening to these streams, I'm listening to all this kind of other stuff, and I'm like, I know what it is. Catering towards your audience. Why wouldn't you, eh? But it's just killer. It's just killing when I'm hearing you guys talk about this. It's like, bro, it just ain't that. And this leads me on to kind of the next sort of talking point. But before I do that, let me big up people in the chat. Thank you all for joining the stream today. I appreciate you guys. Well, it's a Sunday, so I'm saying you're busy Sunday evening, but you're probably getting ready for work. I don't know if you're working tomorrow, but again, appreciate you all coming here. The time is now 8:32 GMT time. Please make sure you like the stream, share the stream, subscribe if you are new and listening on the playback. So yeah, big up to everyone in the chat. Big you all up. But the next point, the next topic, or say the next part of this situation is this is why I'm not even remotely against passport bros. I'm not against SYSBM. I'm not against any of that as a man. And I'll tell you why I'm not. And why, in my humble opinion, this is my humble opinion, there's really only one group who should really be worried, which are the so-called pick-me's. Now, I don't call them pick-me's. These stupid words like simps and pick-me's, they have no meaning. They're overused. They're stupid. So that's just a term just for YouTube. So, it's a YouTube algorithm. So blame them, innit? But for me, the only people who should be mad are the pick-me's. Because for me, I'm like this. And this is what kind of kills me. Why I don't know why people are would even complain about what they're doing. The only thing I can understand is critiquing their duplicity and what they're saying. I get that. But I'm like this. If you're leaving, go. That means the playing field is better for me. That means I actually have, you would argue, more options just from a numbers perspective. If I have all these bunch of men out here talking all this mess, talking all that, oh, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. Listen, again, your experience is your experience. I can't knock that. I have different experiences to you. You have different experiences to me. So I'm like this. Look, go on there. I don't even need to even worry about that kind of stuff, because ultimately that just means, because if I'm domestic, or you want to call me one of those whatever words that you want to use, that's fine. I have absolutely no problems with that, because ultimately, like any, if you're in a different market, that means the market is freer for you in any sort of industry, in any sort of activity. So I've got zero problems at all. If you say you're doing this for whatever reason, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Cool. God bless you. I do have a critique about you, all about a lot of them seem to always be talking about this and that. But at the end of the day, in terms of the concept, we'll talk about the concept. I'm not getting into the reasons. This is not a stream where I'm going to start disrespecting, like, Western men, Western women. So that's not the stream. I'm just talking about the concept, the idea, and how it's been transported over here. Just talk about the concept. So from a conceptual point of view, why would any person who's not on that be even worried? It's like, just go, let them. There's no need for it. I mean, again, if they're, talking negatively about, that's, I mean, women, I couldn't understand why women would be upset, because they're talking negatively about the women who exist there. And this is why the pick-me's, this is why I'm telling, really, the pick-me's are the ones who should be worried about it. Because let's be honest, a lot of the space, when people say, oh, you talk about all women, it's like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it's not all women, it's not all women. That was the defense, to try and stay away from the misogynist, the misogynoir, the whole women bashing, because I say, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about all these bad women. We're talking about this. You should be a good woman, even though most of these guys, they never debate good women. They never have good women on this show. They only have the bad women on this show. Again, probably a bit of content strategy, but it's always amazing how these, a lot of, let's be honest, red pillars, a lot of these people over here, their main aim, their boss, when you ever play like a Streets of Rage game, or you ever play one of those games where you get to the lower level, that's what they do when they debate on these panels, the faces of avatars. Then when they get enough popularity, they go to their boss. The boss will be like a Brittany Renner or Nicki Minaj. That's like their idea. That's their boss level when they get to these type of women. That's who they want to speak to. It's like, they don't want to speak to any traditional woman. They never show any real traditional women. And even the so-called pick-me's, they don't even collab with these red pill artists. It's like, why is that the case? Why am I not seeing a lot of these pick-me's on these shows? Why do we not see that? Why do we see all this same stereotype? We know why. Content strategy, it is what it is. But the reason why I'm saying the pick-me should be nervous is because, and this is well done to the Passport Bros, I'm going to say this, well done. What essentially they've done is they've taken any ambiguity from the conversation about not all, not all, not all, and I'm saying all women, all Western women. So regardless of whether you're so-called pick-me or not, they're saying if you're a Western woman, you have a Western accent, you're all the same. Throw you away. So what's going on now is the same women who, let's be honest, they had an audience where they had mostly men, the allure, the possibility of being with them wears away, because the Passport Bros are heading up steam. Because let's be honest, another thing as well, a lot of these pick-me's, let's be honest, the ones who have been single, they've not seemed to been with any of these red pill guys. I'm trying to think of any of the notable pick-me's, so-called pick-me's again. How many of them actually with any sort of, how many have been married off since, talking all the what they've been talking about? Because let's be honest, they've been preaching in a certain way that, women need to be this, women need to be that. Fair enough, big ups. But I'm like this. I'm trying to think, please, again, in the comments, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm happy to be corrected. I promised on God, I'm happy to be corrected. But I'm just like this. I've not seen any of these big content creators being wifed up or anything like that at all when it comes to them, because they should be pretty much the model, because all these guys like, oh, she's different. Oh, that's the case. But truth be told, now the Passport Bros, they've said, nope, you're all the same. So even the pick-me's are like, they understand, oh, snap, oh, snap, oh, snap. That means me. So I'll be honest with you, some of them are playing games. Let's be honest, some of them are playing games. So the game they're playing ain't working the same way as they used to, because they no longer can hang on to the possibility of, I'm one of the good ones, because now you're all the bad ones. There are no good ones. You're all bad ones. So now their business model, it's sort of shaking. It's not there at the moment where it's getting really, really, really bad, but it's shaking. I've seen some interviews, and it's like even the pick-me's are pushing back. This is where even the pick-me's are pushing back. I don't know if you realize this. I've seen conversation where they really are pushing back, because they know, and this is why sometimes I'm saying, I don't know why. So women will know this, because they know when they're going too far with the rhetoric and they're not giving themselves enough credit that all women aren't the issue, all women aren't the problem. Because when it comes to this, they're like, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. This is the case now where they realize it's going to hurt us. It's really going to hurt us. And it's this really, really case now where it's going to be, ooh, they can no longer run the same game, because guys just like, it don't even matter what you're saying out your mouth. You're a Western woman, I hear it, boom. All the same way. And it's hilarious because let me realize that the space has kind of changed. You don't realize that? Anyone know what the space has changed into right now? This is why it's especially interesting how this has picked up steam. But the space is transitioning into a dating show. Bro, the space is transformed into a dating show. Now, truth be told, it's always been about, access. But now it's even to a stage now where I'm seeing guys bro, making fools of yourself. And I'm just like, what's going on? What's going on? This is meant to be a red pill situation. This is meant to be a red pill situation. And yet I'm seeing guys here and I'm just like making fools of themselves. I'm like, what? What happened to masculine frame? What happened to stoicness? What happened to taking control? What happened to all this? I mean, you're chasing the woman. I'm like, what happened to all this red pill knowledge, red pill talking points? It's like the space is turning into a complete dating show. It's like, look, again, it is what it is. But it's just hilarious when I'm looking at the transition. And again, the Passport Bro is big up to him, man. That is really cutting a lot of the market. And we'll see how it goes. We see how it goes because there has been pushback as it always been. But again, like UK, why are you guys transporting it? Why are you guys begging it? Why are you guys doing it like that? It's like you don't need to be doing any of that mess. It's like we have, well, I say we have, but I'm listening to people and they don't even like women from their own, historical root culture. They don't like women from there because again, apparently they're too masculine or whatever it is. But again, that's not even a conversation for today. That's not what it is. But it's just for me, conceptually, the game don't make no sense. It's a situation where I don't get why it's transported over here like that. It's never been a situation which should have been anything like that over here. So as to why it is, it's crazy. It's crazy. So what I'm gonna do, because I see quite a few people looking to come up, I'm going to drop the link. But yeah, please make sure you like the stream, share the stream, subscribe if you are new. Now, before I drop the link, I have to say this, and I mean this. This ain't going to be a panel where we're going to have an argument about the gender war. We ain't having that. So if any conversation comes out about that, I'm dropping you. I don't care. I'm going to drop you. So when I drop this link, just be warned. If you're going to come down here, all that BS that people talk about this and that, I'm going to drop you. No ifs, ands, and buts. I ain't even listen to it. So if you're going to come here with that kind of mess, I'm going to drop you. The conversation is just about the concept of it. So tread carefully when it comes to that kind of talk. When it comes to men or women, I don't care. So the link has been dropped. If you want to come up, you can come up. But yeah, thank God I've got it on the flipping free because I can have 6 of you. So if you're gonna have this mess, I don't care. I'll boot it and I won't do the panel because I ain't got time for that kind of mess. So, I'm gonna talk about that. My bad, bro. My bad, everyone. I've been talking and I've been muted. my bad.
Yeah, hello.
Jesse, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good? Just give me a moment. Just check it. Yeah, everything's just good on my end.
Awesome. So, yeah, man. So, what your viewpoints so far?
My viewpoints is first off with this passport bro stuff, yeah, especially in the US and probably the UK. A lot of black men are just straight up capping, and the reason why I say that is because, like, they try. Some of them try to move as if, yeah, I want a relationship with a black woman, or I just want a relationship. But let's just keep it real, right? I got a few people who I know someone like used to have a friend from who was from the DR, right, Dominican Republic, and he just said straight up, like, most of these black men are just going over there to just trick and just to smash. That's basically what's going on, because if you look at most of these YouTubers, yeah, that say they're going over to next place, yeah, you don't really hear them saying, yeah, like, yeah, I wifed up X person, and or I had this person as my girlfriend and we're like in a long-term committed relationship. Like the only person I could think of, right? That's probably like Zoom to Thailand, right?
Mm.
So I'm looking at it and it's just like a lot of these black men online are just putting on this facade, like, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I want to have a healthy relationship and so on and so forth. Now, all I'm saying is yeah, if you want to do what you want to do in it, it's your life. But in the end of the day, right, you gotta have you like stop putting on a facade that, oh, I just want a healthy relationship and I want to settle down and so on and so forth. People going over there to smash. Like, there's viral videos of men, like black guys, yeah, going over to next place and they're doing a madness. They ain't on no relationship thing, right? And here's another problem that people haven't realized is when you go over to these countries and then you don't know if the black men that got over there that are smashing these chicks, yeah, you don't know if they're creating another problem, which is another single parent households in them countries. We don't know that. Like, you
Do
don't
you know
know.
the stats over there in that part of the world, Latin America, how they have, it's like some countries 75% single parent households, and how it's
Right.
normalized over there in such a way where decided, again, traditionalism for a lot of things has really gone down these last few generations. So yeah, they have huge high amounts of single parent households.
Right.
I hear them laud as if they're so traditional. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
the stats are wrong. Maybe they're right.
And what you're saying is spot on. I don't hear like these guys, yeah, they say that they want to have like, yeah, they want a good black woman or they want to date black women or so on and so forth, right? Like, I don't hear them going over to countries that are of their parents' origin. Like me, for instance, yeah, like they say the DR, let's be real, the DR's mixed, Brazil is mixed, right? So like, they're basically racially ambiguous people, right, in those countries, right? Me, for instance, my two parents' countries is Trinidad and Grenada. I've gone over there, right? There is some nice women in Trinidad. There's some nice women in Grenada that you can settle down with, right? But I don't hear guys having that energy. Now, the other thing as well is what people don't understand is like you can get chicks who look or are from other countries here. Like I did an experiment, I think it was like 2 years ago, right? And I was trying to explain to Donnies, yeah, why the hell are you traveling overseas if you all you want to do is smash, yeah? All you want to do is just smash or do whatever, yeah? Go scroll on your London census, right? Look at the different boroughs of London, right? And see where certain demographics hang. For example, if you want a Japanese chick, you could go down to Acton or or if you want a Korean chick, you could go down to flipping Tolworth, right? If you want to go and get a Indian, Bangladeshi chick, you could go to Southall. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like London is just so diverse, you can go other places and just like
Bro,
smash
you're missing
chicks.
the point. They're in the West, you know, they've been corrupted. That's what it
Doesn't
is. It's
matter. It doesn't matter because in the end of the day, yeah, let me explain why it doesn't matter. It's because these guys are not going over there to wife chicks, bro. They're going over there to smash. Yeah, there may be a few there that are like, yeah, they wanna have a relationship. Cool. There's a few things, but a
yeah.
majority of like the guys that are traveling or going passport are saying that. Like, look, one of the biggest dudes in the manosphere, right, at the point, right, where he like he's the runner, right? He even said out of his own mouth he's going to Africa to trick.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. By the way, there's no do what you do. There's no hate on anything. It's just
100%.
no. There's nothing on that. It just do what you do. So, by the way, this is not a situation. At least for me, I'm assuming the same for you, Jesse. That we're saying
Yeah.
this is something that we're. Oh my god, you shouldn't be doing that. Do you? Do you?
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, Jesse. Let me bring it back to the UK sort of situation. Do you feel as if it's a forced situation, considering, as you said, you got parents' country in Trinidad and Grenada? You said, again, they're non-westernized nations, so I don't know if you have your any sort of dual citizenship or dual passports. Some of us do, some of us don't. I got family again in Canada, Caribbean, US, in Spain. I think I got family in Africa. immediate ones. I think I'll have to check that. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, do you think it's a situation where it's even relevant for us, considering our versatility in the art of traveling?
Right? No, because it's just common sense. Like it's people are going on like, yeah, like you gotta have your passport. So they're going on like it's a revolutionary act. It's really not. You know what I mean? People been traveling for time.
Yeah, fair enough. Exactly. And sorry, just to cut Falcon. Yeah. And here's the thing. I'll say this. I didn't really say this. There's a difference between someone traveling and someone calling himself a passport bro. There is, because I see loads of travel channels like Passport Heavy. He's a channel I love. He's just a guy who's been traveling and he blogs places that are just good. Just you see the culture, you see the people, you see the food, you see all the beautiful scenery, you see spots where people probably have overlooked. So I go to Passport Heavy, his channel, and he's just a guy who he doesn't have any animosity. He's just traveling because he likes to travel. I mean, listen, if I had all the money in the world and I retire, I'll be traveling. It's like, bro. So when people say culture, I get it, but you see the difference between his channel and somebody else's channel. His channel leads with about the nation he's going into, what to expect, how to travel, how to get around. Everything's about the culture of the land. There are women in there just for some of the thumbnail type stuff, but it's not about that. The core message, the core reason why you go to that channel is because you want to know, oh, okay, bro, let's see how you're there. Let's see how, if the locals see you different. Let's see what life is there. It's a whole different vibe. You can tell. Jesse, I'm just going to pivot to JLC. He's been waiting patiently, bro, but I'll come back. Don't get me wrong. JLC, man, how's it going? I think the first time on my channel.
Second time. I rang, I think it was last year. Yeah, last year I rang.
You do sound familiar, man. I don't know if you were under a different name, but I don't know.
You have a fantastic memory, by the way. I don't know. Have you ever been diagnosed with autism? I'm not taking a mic. Or Asperger's, because your memory is crazy, particularly for numbers and data. It's quite interesting.
I'm not too sure. I've not been I've not gone to be diagnosed, but to be fair, I think I'm probably on the weird spectrum, if anything. But yeah. But I don't know. Were you like the space cowboy traveler, or something like that? Is that where you were? Or,
yeah, I cannot refute or deny that claim, but your memory is unbelievable. Like I have a good one too, and interesting. But what can I say, man? I'm the passport bros. I understand why they're doing it, but I think that they pedestalize the dream. I have an older brother, half brother, different mother, right? And he went with his white wife, or a long-term partner, to South America when I was like 10 years old, so like 20 years ago, just under 20 years ago. And they told me a story. He didn't tell me, but his white partner told me that they went to a restaurant in Brazil. He went to the toilet, and two Brazilian guys come up to her and say, "Why are you with a black man?"
Oh, in Brazil.
Exactly. And I remember I was like 10 years old, 9 years old, and me and my younger brother were like, "What, mate? Like, did that really happen?" And she said, "Yeah." And then she went on to elaborate that, she didn't like Brazil because she was treated way better. She's half Welsh, half Polish, red hair, like dyed red hair and blue eyes, pale skin. And she said, "I didn't like the way that he was treated really poorly, and I was treated way better than him and treated like a prize through that entire stay."
Oh, wow.
Right. And the relationship didn't last. They have 2 children, but the relationship's broken down now, and the kids have gone with her. But these are things that passport bros need to wake up to. And he was better looking than I don't rate guys, but my older half brother looks like Will Smith, similar skin tone, like Fresh Prince, 6'2", light skin, look very charismatic, very similar to Jazzy, from Fresh Prince, very similar appearance, charismatic as well. She was the prize.
Do you know this actor called Alfred Enoch? He played in Harry Potter, but he has like a half Brazilian. He looks very. Let me try and get like a photo up or something like that. Give me a second. Share my screen tad bit. Sorry, I'll let you rock in a second. Bear me a sec. You look like this guy. Oh, similar skin tone. Because he has like this is what I mean when I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I see what I mean. That's why he looked. But my older half brother's more masculine looking than him, and he was treated like that. And when you go to these countries, there's another horrible thing you got to be careful of, brothers. When you go to particularly Latin America, And even Africa, two things. One, disease. That's the first thing you got to be careful. A lot of STDs out there. You don't want to what you're going to be catching out there. You got to be very careful. You're smashing a lot of women from, you know. And the second thing, you be careful. You don't get yourself killed out there, kidnapped.
Yeah,
That's a
true.
big, big, big issue. So you don't want to go out here
Facts.
trying to move to the hottest girl there, and you run into some gangster or that's my woman, and then you end up with your head chopped off or missing limbs, particularly if in Latin and Central America. So,
Facts.
you know, these are things to be careful of, right?
No, I agree. And funny enough, these are the things which I know what it is. When you want to set a place, you won't lead necessarily with the negativity. You'll lead with the positivity. I get all that, but there are situations where you do have to be more realistic and just be, especially in third world nations, even like
Yep.
going to South Africa during the World Cup. There's a massive heavy hold on people. South Africa is a dangerous nation now, even though a lot of people went there and they were fine, but we know there's a lot of issues over there. So these third world nations, they top the charts when it comes to violence on a level which a lot of Westerners, let's be honest, we talk about this and that, but nah, it's nowhere near the same. And
Yeah.
they'll kill you over probably like 20 pounds in the equivalent to, it's like, ain't worth that, is it? So
Can I
yeah.
interject?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, like what JLC was saying is spot on, because here's what like other people of, let's say, other races don't understand about us black men here when it comes to traveling, right? Is we get treated differently, right? Certain guys, like, for example, I have a friend, yeah, he travels to South America and so on and so forth. As a white guy, right? And I was trying to explain to him, yeah, that in London or in the UK, cool, you're not gonna have to deal with the dangers of racism as bad, right? But I was trying to explain to him, right, that I can't go to some of the countries that you can go to because of the color of my skin, right? Certain countries are not as racially, let's say, advanced or as accepting, right? Because I was trying to explain to certain, like, he was saying that, one day you should come to Peru, or one day you should come to South America. And I tried to explain to him, do you even know some of the country's history when it comes to blacks, bruv? Like, if you look up the history of Uruguay and Argentina, they wiped out the whole black race in flipping Argentina and Uruguay. That's why when you look at Uruguay and those countries there, all you see is the Spaniards, right? Or let's just say the natives there, because there was a mass genocide that was going on there, right? And to that day, some of the after effects to this day in terms of how they treat black people there are different, right? So let me give you another example as well, right? Is anytime you're traveling, you have to do your research and you have to find what is the racial interactions, let's say the racial interactions in certain countries, right? Because like white guys in some cases don't have to deal with that problem. Like black guys have to. Like that's why when I heard like certain passport bros talking about going to Ukraine and China, I'm thinking some of them are crazy.
Well, they'll
Let
get
me tell you
killed in
something.
Ukraine.
Let me just say this one sec. Let me just say this, and we all know this is the case because we know it. When it comes to men, what's the saying? Our penis is indiscriminate. We will sleep with women who are outright racist. Wasn't there a stream or wasn't there a story in the UK now with this woman? It was a Timpson employee. I saw an article where it was a woman racially abusing a black sister at a party. And again, classic response is, my husband is Jamaican. So I'm like, hold on a second. If she has racist viewpoints towards a black woman, then surely she's going to have some viewpoints towards you, a black man. But again, she's married with this black man. So I'm like this. We all know when it comes to racism and that kind of stuff, look, this penis can get anything. They can get, it don't matter what you are. And I do mean what you are, because I've heard some other stories about them messing, especially, this is another thing. You go to these other places, they're trans. It's like when people go to Thailand. I'm like, bro, ladyboys started around that region. You do know this, right? The whole trans movement. There's so many trans, like even in Brazil and stuff. It's like, oh my days. So I'm telling you, when I'm saying a lot of guys' penis, they're indiscriminate. I will agree on that whole ideology. They really are. So when you talk about this and that, they will stick it in anything. Every hole is a goal. That's a phrase I've heard. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is.
That guy, the gentleman, what's his name? Official Jesse. Two things to say. He's right about Argentina, man. Like there's been a lot of like neo-Nazis after the Second World War. They fled to Argentina. Like Argentina were recruiting people from certain white countries to come, and a lot of Latin American countries did this to try and wash away the blackness. So they were allowing relaxed immigration rules from Europe to try and wash away the indigenous and black genetics from the country, right? And there's a lot of neo-Nazis, descendants of neo-Nazis inside Argentina, right? And there's also some other weird facts about Latin America and South America. The most popular sperm donors, for example, in Brazil, are actually Northern European men. They want Northern European seed. That's how bad it is in Brazil. I remember reading the article in The Guardian a couple of years ago. They want Northern European sperm donors, right? And it gets worse because he's right again. The gentleman, has anyone heard of JBW? You may have heard the incel circles.
Just be white. Just be white.
Just be white theory. The guy that I'm not saying his YouTube channel, it's a work of art. He did like different racial breakdowns of when white guys go to certain countries and their response, and he gets data and he shows video footage of what happens. And he did one in Latin America, and this white guy who was like 5'8" wouldn't get a look in Sweden or Germany, right? He comes to Peru, countries which are very dark or very indigenous. The women are kissing his ass because they're like, okay, A, different, B, higher social status, 3, the culture's historically ingrained to put white people on a pedestal. So, hey, my children have a better future. He's very pretty. And the sad thing, I remember I said this to my boys. I had lots of British Nigerian friends in the day, and we talked about this. I remember in a shisha bar, and I said to him, the white man is the social anchor, the social elevator. And unfortunately, in these countries, we, blacks, indigenous people, we're the social anchor. And that sounds horrible to say. It's not always, but this is what a lot of these countries think of in Latin America. They've got a rigid social caste system that's, social and race is closely linked. But if people want to deal with that crap, they could go ahead and do it.
So is there something to be said then that a lot of people, again, brothers over here, are willing to take, knowing this knowledge, will go to those nations over going to a nation in the continent? It may not be their mother's nation or father's nation, but it could be another nation, because again, there's like 54 nations in Africa. So isn't it telling that they'd rather go to those nations as opposed to promote another nation? Open question to anyone. Are they falling prey to the social stigma of?
So in Kenya,
just
when I go there, almost. When I go to Kenya, which is upsetting, I'm okay. Because of the impact of the West, and it's more of a westernized country. For example, if you go to Nairobi, you will see a lot of fairly old white guys with much younger black women, right? And usually the ones that wear weave and try to speak like hip hop culture or try to be Western, you'll see them with a European partner, and you'll see the reverse. Sometimes you see a African Kenyan guy with a Western white woman. And if you go to, for example, on the coast, you go to Diani Beach, and you will see something called Rent a Maasai. So some of these older German women in particular, blondes, love them. They go and get dicked down by a Maasai warrior or some guy pretending to be a Maasai. It's not funny, right? It's really disgusting.
Like Gambia and whatnot as well.
Yeah, so you will see stuff like that, and you will see, because of especially if the woman's materialistic or they live in like a which part of Nairobi, you will see pedestalization of white men. And if you go to restaurants, they assume the white man has more money, therefore they'll treat him better, probably. But then, just as much, you'll see a few people who will show racism towards white people. It sounds horrible, but I remember I was in Tanzania. I was working there when I was a bit younger, and I was with this Norwegian woman, white woman, blonde hair, but she was from South Carolina. And we went to the two of them, one from Colorado, one from South Carolina. We're walking down the high street in Arusha, and I asked for directions because we were lost, right? She asked for directions. Security guard didn't even look at her. He focused totally on me, and they walked away. And she said, "Wow, that was a bit odd." I felt like it was a bit racist. Like there were constantly instances where they just would not talk to white women, the men, unless they were trying to hit on them. They just didn't want to deal with them, and you can see the hostility there and their preference for people that look like them. And sometimes you have conversations where I remember I was in a bar and a guy goes, black women are beautiful, way more better looking than the blonde women that come over here. And they asked me one morning, another guy from Tanzania goes to me, why is it that the women look so different in the morning? Why that black women don't have, I mean? That's what he said to me. Like, he didn't understand, like, why do these blonde women look so different in the morning? Yeah, exactly, makeup, right? So yeah, it does exist. But you will, for more conscious people, I believe, in these countries, you're going to have a percentage that will do as described, but you're going to see just as many and probably more who are. Bear in mind, this is the major city. If you go to the smaller cities, you probably see less of it, and you'll probably see less Europeans as well.
Fair enough, because I thought, because Tanzania is heavily, I thought it was Arab influence, because I know Tanzania is Islamic, isn't it? And I thought that was more on that sort of side, because especially when it comes to women, white women, I'm just using the South Asian grooming gangs over here as a reference, probably not the best reference point, but a lot of them do have interesting viewpoints about white women in terms of how loose they are, and it's a weird one. So I don't know, but it sounds like it's something completely different. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. But let's be real. Do we even have the money to go and do all this passport stuff? You know what I mean? And go traveling around. Like, do we have the money as a people in this country? Like, what's going on?
Traveling to Europe ain't that bad, is it? So you can travel to Europe. It depends on how you do it. Very cheap. So I remember when I went to go to the Hungarian Grand Prix, and I was talking to someone that they spent probably 150 quid round trip, everything included. They didn't stay in the nicest hotels, but you can get around Europe pretty nice. Further afield, you can do it, but it's a little bit more expensive. It just depends where you go. But I think we have more access to be able to travel. It just depends on where you're going, innit?
Come back with TB, man. Those Eastern European countries got a lot of TB. Now, I know people laugh, yeah, but there's a lot of like multi-drug resistant TB and stuff like that in Ukraine and Russia and East Europe. A lot of TB, man. These countries. My brother, another story. I've got a younger brother. Most of the men in my family, the generation, they're very attractive. Women love them. And he's currently dating a Hungarian woman, and a younger brother. And he went to Hungary for the last. We went there for about 6 weeks, like 4 months ago. And dude said, "Oh my goodness, it's really poor. They look at you crazy. Experience some racism. The dogs. It's just very poor and backwards. And then, you have to be careful. There was this Russian guy, Black American guy, who couldn't get blondes in New York, and you may know him, Foloshko. You probably know about him. The guy who went to Russia to try and get women, blonde women.
Philco Against the World, I think his name was at the time.
That guy. He openly admitted he couldn't get women in New York because he was too short, and the negative stigma of blacks in New York was so bad they didn't want to touch him. And it's he's probably right. And he went to Russia, and he's had a couple of very near misses, and he goes out here to learn Russia just to go and try and get access to another culture. That's some serious motivation. He's a smart guy, but it's pathetic.
That's the thing where and you touched on a couple of points, and I want to share a video when bless his heart. And this is where I'm just like this. There is a stereotype, and it's attached to people who travel solely for that purpose of just for women. Because like the type of guys who travel solely for that are normally guys who, for whatever reason, it may not be their fault, they just are not the preference. I'll use that word. And some of them, I'm telling you, I'm going to show this video. Please. no shade. I don't know whether this guy is all the way there. So this is not me laughing at the situation, but there's a stereotype attached when people say they're traveling solely for women, and it's not a good image. It's probably going to get cleaned up soon, but it's like when white guys travel to Thailand. There are certain type of white guys who travel to Thailand solely for women. They're not
uncompetitive males.
Yeah,
males. Yeah.
Let me share this.
Hello, everybody, and
what a fat fuck.
Fair use.
Because see something alarming. Why do people care about what black men do with their dicks? We got these simp-ass black men who probably can't get a woman in the first place, are concerned about us being save yourself black man and dating outside of our race. Hey, one of the women I'm dating is Asian. One woman I'm kind of just sleeping with is Latin. And the last one is white. What business is anybody else?
Ainsley Harriet.
Bro. When I looked at this video, I was cracking up, man. I'm just like, bless his heart, bro. And I don't mean to take light of it, but I'm telling you, this guy, seriously, there's an image here. There's an image of certain men who traveled solely for it. There are people who travel because they're traveling, and there are men like this where women have said this. I've seen women say this, and I've seen people coming up and I've seen it. And I'm like, oh, bro, this is not to knock anyone. This is not to knock him, but it's just the image, the image piece.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, as a man, look, take that stigma, take it. I'm not one of them men. And when you mentioned Philco, and he was honest about himself. His was more probably height related, but it's just, oh man.
Like Philco,
I'll probably play that video a little bit later, but when I saw this video, I was like, oh Lord, bless his heart. I don't know why he uploaded it like that, bro.
but you know, Philco, like that's why I respect him. At least he was honest. You know what I mean? He said, yo, this is my situation and this is why I'm doing this. Like, props to him. Like, at least he's honest. Like, because what I notice is there's a lot of cap. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of cap going on. So you say, and like I said, right, I ain't got no problem with people traveling for whatever reason, right? I'm not policing them. I'm not saying like what the dude said, like in the video, right? Yeah, she's right. He is right though. Like, why do you care what another guy does with his dick? True, right? It's just really just like no one's above criticism, but fair enough that yeah, like he is right? Why do you care about? But then you know what? Here's another thing that people ain't really looked at, right? And it's about the communities as a whole, right? We talk about, you know, improving the black community or so on and so forth, right? Well, if you're going to travel just for women, maybe not to build relationships, not to build family, isn't that not of the detriment of the community? Because then there's a potential issue where you can create more single parent households, and it's not just say in the UK, it could be all across the world. Like no one's really thought about that, right? Because it's like I hear there's a lot of pro blacks, like for example, there's pro blacks that you know that travel and say, yeah, like you know, yeah, go get your passport and you know go date an African woman or whatever, right? But I don't really hear them talking about them wifing up, building families, and so on and so forth. So in a way, it kind of puts the black community at detriment if they are generally about that.
Listen, and this is the thing, I hear you, but a lot of this is just, these are just shaming. I say using shaming, but these are just tactics used to try and, when it comes to debating the opposite sex, these are just tactics. They don't really care about community. They don't really care about marriage. This is what they say to women to try and tell them you should be married by now, even though red pillars don't believe in marriage for the most part. Even though, funny enough, Kevin Samuels was talking about marriage, and let me just mute you a little bit, JC. You got a bit of feedback. Even though Kevin Samuels talk about marriage and he used this against women, it only takes about 3 to 6 months to get married. 3 to 6 months to get married, but it's like, well, the red pillars, when he died, it was like, we're not gonna talk about his advice about getting married in 3 to 6 months. We don't believe in that. So it's like, hold on, but he's meant to be your godfather. He's supposed to be your red pill. He's supposed to be what you believe in. But when it came to marriage, no, we don't believe you should get married between 3 to 6 months. No. But everything else, oh yeah, for the women, why aren't you married? Oh, women, why aren't you married? So yeah, when it comes to community, and the foundation of a community is the family unit. Even now I'm hearing people talk about we're going to get culturally married, and I get there's a system in place which does discriminate. I'm not going to deny it. I agree with you, man. I'm not going to deny it. But yeah, the whole community stuff, Jesse, yeah, put that in the bin. That's just put it in the bin.
You know, Thomas, I mean, not to say his name again, but you know, I always got the impression that one of our resident passport bros, I mean, I just get the impression the guy may not be willing to do enough self-improvement physically to compete, because I said before, I was in London. I'm in London usually. I live in, you know, the home counties. And one of my friends is a dating coach for black people, right? Black matchmaking. Oh, wow. Yeah. So I could plug it in there, you know. You can find them on meetups, app.com, you know. And basically, it's just saying that the standards are so high. Like, the women really want Anthony Joshua with basically they're just waiting out for Anthony Joshua or something. You know, it's crazy. Yeah. Like, the expectations are so high. And there's no shame saying, okay, I can't compete in this environment because they have unrealistic physical requirements, they have unrealistic financial requirements, and 80% of guys can't compete in that environment. So there's no harm saying, I tap out, I'm going to walk away from the table. I think that'd be the best thing to do in a situation like this. I have no problems with the passport bros if they're looking to go and build overseas and have businesses and money and try to get something substantial and substantive built overseas. I think that's great. I think it's a positive thing, particularly if it's in a predominantly African country, African descent country. But, you know, most of them just go there to have a good time and do that. And that's different, because the reality is if they had more money or infrastructure or something substantial overseas, a group of them, you know, they get a lot more respect, because not just one of you doing well, it's your entire image of your group as high status. Yeah. They also, that helps a lot with attraction. I think a lot of brothers, as a people, us, even in the West, we rely too much on physicality and physical attributes, right? Or fetishization to get attention and sexual attraction and to get women for short term. But when it comes down to long-term things and relationships, we fall short, because, you know, that's not even the most important thing for a long-term relationship is your looks. That's probably not even the top 3 for a guy.
Well, that's an interesting point about the whole, because let's be honest, other groups, when they travel, it's especially as a group, it's because they want to better their lives and set up a what's the word, a network, or set up a formula, a function in which they can thrive in, whether it be, let's be honest, even from corner stores to certain business. Jews were known for their financial banking acumen, so that's why Jews have that stereotype. Germans, they had a stereotype of the pianos when they went over to the US. So a lot of times they bring skills over to a market which is more hospitable in terms of skills and resources and productivity, and then they are known for such and such and such. Whereas, yeah, if you're going over there because your skills and resources is, you know, dick, the status is not really gonna, in terms of the whole society and the ecosystem, it's not really a high status thing. Now, of course, they'd argue we do sell businesses, but let's be honest. yeah, believe it if you want to. I believe some of them do, but you're not going to leave the West to go set up businesses really like that, because the West is probably a better place to set up businesses. You know what I mean? I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's interesting. It depends, because some of these African countries, they're actually quite easy to do business if you have money and the right passport. You might get fleeced a little bit because of underhanded dealings, but this is where networking and being, again, family connections in your country of origin help, because if you get a couple of family members who could, you know, grease the wheels and give you a bit more savvy and keep you up on game, it makes a world of difference, right? Or even, you know, a family member you trust, which, you know, if you're Nigerian, that might be a problem. So you could give them money to go and get something built, even a home in your home country, and so for ethnic homeland, and do it that way. But to be honest, this passport bowl stuff, it's kind of sad that you have to go overseas and spend hundreds of pounds just to get women to give you, you know, box. Because if you're looking for box, you know, in the West, you can get box. You may not get it in London, but you can go outside of London, less expensive environments, and get box. But, you know, if you're talking about marriage and stuff, then yeah, I'd understand why you need to look overseas. Yeah, I'd get that. You know, and you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I just don't understand why you want to go to these Eastern European countries to get women, where, you know, for the most part, it's probably heavily influenced on fetishization and a short-term fling, and then you're gone, you're off. You know, I just don't see the appeal. Like, why would they want you? You're someone of low status in a foreign country who probably don't speak their language, and you think you're going to find everlasting love in an environment like that? How likely is that?
Well, and that's it. I mean, and even when I was looking at Falcon's stream, and this is the next part of what happens when you have the unions and they do have a child, for example, where the brother on the stream, because it was Rick, his name was, and how he was stating that he was a product of a, you know, interracial marriage, relation. Father left, and he was in an area which he was pretty much unprotected, unguarded, and, you know, people don't think of sometimes when they do get in these relations, it's just, especially even just not even race, cultural wise. I mean, number one, if you're going to a place where you don't speak the language, that is a huge barrier. Do you know, verbal communication is huge. So you have the physical aspect, which is what they're going for, but there needs to be actual verbal communication at some point, I assume, where you can understand exactly what each other wants and how you want the direction of travel to go, because it's just not going to work. So it's just like, if we can't even verbally communicate, it already starts off in a poor situation there. So that eliminates sometimes for me the whole maybe not the love aspect, but yeah, what they're going there for. But it's just there's so much other things to consider when that happens. So when people say love has no color, love has no this, I don't kind of believe it when we do see everything. But it's just, again, like you said, they're just getting there for some quick box, which again, they're prerogative. But I see situations where it's like, oh, yeah. I've heard a situation where there have been kids out there with the left because they can easily leave. That's why they say don't bring them over to the West, leave them there, because again, it's easier for the man to leave. Let's be honest, men can leave. This is why we tell women to really, 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 really be careful, because you, as a woman, you can't leave if you have a child. It's inside of you. A man can leave. He can leave. Whereas, so think about this. They can leave in a country they don't even live in. They can certainly leave because they're only there for a short time. So they ain't going to be worried about that. So it's just like, bro, they can leave. So it's just like, yeah, I've seen some situations where you can tell what the aim of the game is. And, you know, when it gets too heavy and hot, a guy can leave and he will leave. So, yeah. Masunda, how are you doing? Let me bring you into the chat.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? You know, one thing about my name that I find fun is that all, I guess, Africans besides Black Americans tend to say it correctly. For some reason, they say it their own way, their own, I don't know, unique way of saying Musanda. I mean, it's read as Musanda. I just find it weird that you said it correctly.
Did I say it correctly? Sorry, did I say it correctly?
Yeah, you did. I mean, that's the thing I find weird. Like, every other person besides Black Americans say it correctly. Like you read it as it is. We say like call him Musanda. I don't know. Maybe because you're actual Africans or something. I don't know. But yeah. So the passport guys, man. Because I was listening a little bit before I went to click in. I went back to your stream a little bit. I saw you were talking about. You said Finland is more feminist, and they go. So are you talking about guys that are also going to specifically European countries? When you talk about passport guys.
Kind of. I've heard people talk about Canada being outside of the matrix, and Finland and places like that, where when you look at their policies, it's more feminist in terms of egalitarian. Scandinavia is huge for this. They're trying to create a society which is equal. And Jordan Peterson, if you ever followed him, he was mentioning, look, places like Scandinavia, they're trying to create a society where it pretty much not like gender roles. You have a Finnish woman prime minister. They're trying to create a situation which men are saying they don't want. They don't want women heading the household or heading business. They don't want that, but yet they're going to these places which are trying to promote that kind of stuff. So that's all I was saying. It's just I've heard people talk about go to these places, but these places, they have nude beaches in a lot of these European nations. You know what I mean? It's like, I thought you said you wanted tradition, but it's not. It's access.
Okay. Are this UK, I guess, passport guys you're talking about? Because I think
this is it. Yeah, I heard a lot of UK on that, and it's in a way which I'm like, bro, yeah. Some things don't make sense. So I've heard, obviously, it's a US sort of creation, but we've, as usual, adopted it for some odd reason. Jeez.
You adopt everything, man. Funny enough, before I came here, I was watching a video on Somali gangs. I'm like, why are they gangs in Somali yet none in South Africa? It says a lot, eh?
I mean, gangs have always existed before black people. So, I mean, that's something which I'll say.
No, I mean, why are they gangs in the UK of Somalis and not in South Africa? Like, none of the Ethiopians, all these people from both, they never start no gang when they're in SA, but in Europe they do. So or at least can't, I don't know, the motto. I'm just saying, I just find that a little bit weird. Is it that because it's too safe, that's why they start gangs? But not to side away a lot from the topic. So you're telling you made this topic to say that you're calling out the bluff, right? You're calling out the fact that no, you just go in there because I don't get the idea of going to another European country. Isn't like most of Europe using euros? Because I know that the biggest talking point is one about femininity, which or feminine, like they're all feminine and stuff like that, and also the fact that my dollar can or guess pound can spread when I go to another country. So these guys that are passports, all right, and I'm presuming maybe you're talking about black guys. Like, what is the actual benefit? Because isn't it more expensive when you go to other European countries? That's where I get a little bit confused.
Yeah, so there's two things here. So in terms of other European nations are just different culturally than the UK and even another European nations. So it depends on where you go. Like Eastern Europe will be, it's in euros, but things will be a little bit more cheaper than Western Europe just because it's a more developed nation. But the idea of a lot of it is it's just a double speak when you ask them certain questions about why they're going there for real and what their intentions are and what they tell you. They say they're going there for this and that, but they're really not. So it's just it's really more on that. That's all. And so when they tell us go to this nation and that nation, it's like, well, hold on, like the euro, or it's not that expensive, or it's not that culturally traditional, but it's just the duplicity of it all.
No, okay. I mean, I go on JLC. Okay, then I'll finish what I want to say.
So what happens when the woman comes to the West, let's say she's ethnic, and then she realizes, oh shit, the guys here are way better looking, or they have more social status, and now I'm in a place where I could just divorce his ass and get many things. A lot of these women will eventually wake up and realize, oh, this guy's a loser in this society. You know, so it's why these passport bros say, you know what, keep them in their home country. Why? Because they want to keep the illusion going. Big man on campus, when they're in their poor country, yeah, they have to compete against higher tier guys, or even in their mind, a white guy, especially if these comes from certain countries. And that's why they say keep her in the foreign land, because they know what will happen. They'll look around and say, oh, this guy's ugly.
Yeah,
this guy's not as cool. This guy's, exactly, and go, shit, I have way more power and I'm way better. Look at this guy. I'm going to go and rinse his ass. And this is what I'm trying to say is, listen, I'm not going to say, okay, maybe I never really struck you. I'm not going to my romantic life, but, you know, I had one massive advantage that made me above average. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you still have to go out here and compete. You've got to floss your teeth, whitening teeth, charcoal, activate charcoal, get your nails done privately at home, obviously. You know, wipe your ass properly, you know, dress well, put expensive cologne on, get ripped, earn good money, have a career, be competent. This is just how it is. And if you think that you're building a product and they don't want it, well then, yeah, you have to go overseas. But we have to realize that, you know, you're going to have to, if you step foot in the West, you're playing in a woman's terrain. You're at a disadvantage, you know, and there's no denying that.
And here's the thing, this is where I'll say this, and I agree with, because let's be honest, there's only a certain amount, I've heard this from someone, self-improvement somebody can do, where, let's be honest, a smart thing would be to go in a different market. If for whatever reason the market you exist, it doesn't yield results that you probably want, then wouldn't the smart thing would be to go into maybe a smaller, different market, because you may be just hitting outside your league. Let's be honest, not everyone's equipped to play in the Premier League. Some people are championship level, some people are League One, some people are League Two. But the crux of the matter is they're all playing football. It's just on different levels. And if you can understand what level you're going to be and what level you'll always be at, then you could argue, and this is it. There's nothing wrong with it. Isn't that not right? So I suppose on their part, to be fair, that is a solution. You know, not everyone can be that guy. As much as, you know, that's an ego deflated for most men. Not everyone can be that guy. So surely by acknowledging that, that's the first step. And then what's the solution? Boom. But the thing is, though, sometimes they don't pitch it that way. They pitch it differently, but that's really the crux of it, really, isn't it? That's really the crux of it.
Yeah, so this is what a guy, I'm not saying his name, yeah, passport bro, yeah, you know, at least have some humility and say, listen, you know what, maybe I'm just not good enough, because I asked this dude, yo, why don't you approach your beloved Japanese women in the UK and London? Like, there's quite a few of them here. Why don't you go and mat to them? And he's like, I can't do it. I'm like, no, that's excuses, because you know, in this environment, exactly, he's chatting mad breeze. I'm not going to go and pretend to be street like AJ, so don't worry. But he's obviously, he's capping hard, because, you know, if you like Japanese women and you're in London, there's quite a few East Asian women around. Why haven't you dated any seriously had relations with them while you're here? Isn't it easy to just hop on the train, go there, move, talk to them, right? And a lot of these women, if you catch them and they're foreign, and they're on holiday, or they're young, they just want to experiment. A lot of these internationally born women, when they're in the UK, students, let's say work for the NHS, something like that, a lot of them, they'll fool around with you, because you're outside their social circle, right? You're not in their home country where they're liable to get honor killed or anything crazy. they'll do crazy stuff with you. If you have the material and competitive, they will, do crazy stuff with you. Even so-called conservative cultures, if they're away from their men temporarily, like in the workplace, you can have romantic success with them. So if he was good looking enough, if Anthony Joshua, I guarantee you, if he's walking in London, he's a normal guy doing a job, yeah, I'm telling you, all these conservative cultures, they have a couple, start working with a guy like Anthony Joshua, the good kind, yeah, smart, good job.
JLC, here's what I'll say. It's in defense of the person who wants to go over into almost like the motherland part as opposed to being here. And this is what I'll say. Back to the initial tiers. Let's be honest, a woman who's of any nation who lives in like the UK, like London, Manchester, Birmingham, the big areas, they've seen black people, they've seen black men. So let's be honest, he's not a novelty. Like when I went to China, I was seen as a bit as a novelty in certain places because I've not seen black men. So it's a different kettle of fish than a Chinese woman who's been here for a long time, and I've seen black men. I know what black men. I know the tiers of black men. There's a difference between. Some of them don't spot it, but some do in terms of the tier. So I don't have any problems with him going over there. Of course, you're right. He could try his hand there, but at the end of the day, he might have an experience over there and he's like warm to it, so he's going to go over there as opposed to trying it over here. So I don't know. It's it may just be the case of that might be a better spot because there are less black men there, which means he's more of a novelty as opposed to.
It's easier. It's easier then, isn't it? It's easier to get what you want in a less competitive environment when you've got the exotic factor kicking in. Is that fair to say?
It is, but bro, let me ask you this question. In life, we people talk about struggle and we talk about this, but there are some things in life, and I'll be honest with you, we don't want struggle. It shouldn't be too much of a struggle. I know we always talk about self-improvement, but like being with somebody shouldn't be so much of a fight. It's if someone is attracted to you, if someone likes you, it's like there's not too much fighting going on with it. They'll make time for each other. They'll like each other. It shouldn't be a back and forth. So you're right. It probably is easier, but sit into it. It's easier.
Yeah, can I interject?
That's the one. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, like for example, right? I agree with what JLC was saying. Like, it's really dependent on what you want. Like, if I was to say get married, right? If you want to get married or have a girlfriend or have a wife, then traveling overseas is a good option, right? It can be a good option depending on how you work it and what plan you have. Now, if you're just gonna smash, and you're just gonna do that, you're just best off just staying in London or staying where you are and just like seek out those demographics. Because people say, oh, like Japanese girls or Japanese won't deal with a black person. Bruh, I've had a Japanese girlfriend. It's a lie, right? I've actually had a Japanese chick that came over from Japan. I've actually dealt with. She's from Shinjuku.
Yeah, but Jesse, tell the people your height though, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4", so it's because I'm 6'4" that I got her. It wasn't the fact that I'm just a man and just who I am as a person. It's because I'm light skinned and 6'4". That's why I got the Japanese shit. Even though I know other black dudes, other black dudes that had a Japanese chick as well. But it's because I'm 6'4" and light skinned. This is people just making excuses about themselves. Some people will understand, right? Is first, before you even go on to like looking at another chick or whatever, you gotta put your best version of yourself. You gotta be honest. Some of these dudes ain't honest out here, right? Like some dudes gotta understand. Some people gotta be brutally honest with themselves and say, "Hey, look, am I really bringing out the best version of myself? Before I could go and deal with a chick." Because the thing is like, yeah, exactly, Falcon. These men want long-term, not long-term things from what I see. Yeah, if they're traveling overseas, probably. But a lot of these dudes, to be honest, based on what I've seen, because I'm looking at YouTube and I'm not hearing about guys going overseas and getting a wife or getting a girlfriend. Like the only notable example I've seen is like, was it Zoom from Thailand? Like it's the only dude I've seen. Like he's got a girlfriend. I don't know if it's a wife or whatever, but. Message. Manchester boy said, "Can a dark-skinned 5'8" girl get a London Japanese chick?" Yes, because I know a guy who's 5'8" who had a Japanese chick. This is what I'm saying. Like people making excuses for themselves. I know him personally.
What's interesting is though, I've always thought that at the end of the day, if you really want to know your attraction level, yeah, let's be real, it's kind of like, how do women in your own local area and your own ethnic group rate you? I know that sounds harsh, yeah, and I know you're thinking, why would I say that thing? Because if it's women in your local area, you don't have the exoticism factor going against for you. You don't have to deal with the fetishization thing because you're not fetishized. So I kind of say, in a way, that's maybe, why some guys complain. Because particularly for us as black guys, if black women don't find you attractive, right, you're going to be quite resentful and say, why is it, white women give me more play, they love me more. Well, you're only going for the ones that might really, really like black guys. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it look like they're rolling out the red carpet for you, and it's just a 10% demographic who's really, into that type. And they go, oh, non-black women prefer me. Well, no, do they really? Or it's just a case that you're just riding off your exoticism and fetishism factor? You see what I'm saying?
Let me just offer a little bit of pushback, because I said this about bringing back almost the stigma and fetishization, especially, I suppose, in the UK sense. Maybe abroad it's different, well, it would be different. But like over here, if we talk about, you guys talk about over here, let's be honest, black men have been dating out for a long time. Bro, a long time. This is why some of the concepts I'm hearing about passport bros and SYSBM, which can get confused and does tie into, be fair, it's like it don't make sense, because a lot of brothers have been dating out. Now, it may not be Japanese or whatnot, but you know that the whole idea of interracial relations is not taboo. It's not this thing of, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Yeah. Non-black women like us too. We didn't know this. That's why, like, that's more of an American trope. Over here, it's like, we know this is the case. This is why I want to hear certain streams, and this ain't no shot at anyone. I know Falcon, you've done this before. Or such women into black men, or such women into, like, what? It's just like it's crazy. So overseas, okay, your point was probably standing because that's different. But like over here, I'm like, we know the game is there, so it won't even make sense for us to think overseas they'll think any different, because we see it in our homes for the most part, if we'll be honest with ourselves.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but that goes to a question I want to ask you guys: is like, what is the black male SMB in the UK? As in, are we as desired as what the media, commercials, and so on say for long-term relationships, or in general, even short-term relationships over the age of 24, 25? Are we really that desired?
I would say we are. I would say in this country, we're probably second most desired in the country. Right, in terms of all demographics. In terms of all demographics,
sexually,
we're probably second.
Sexually and just attraction, in terms of attraction, black guys are number 2 in the UK. Is that correct?
I'll say number 2. Like, no one's beating white people here, bro. Like, it's definitely black guys. Black guys are second, easily second, right? Now, if we're talking about long term, it could sometimes change, right? Because it's all dependent on the individual more than the actual ethnicity or race.
What about the mixed race men though? Sorry, Jess. What about the mixed race? I'm going to put them above black men.
When you mean like mixed race men, what do you mean? Like black white mixed?
Well, black mixed with.
They're probably second or third. They're around the same.
So I think they're above black men. I think they're above black men. If to be honest, a lot of
I wouldn't say so.
A lot of mixed men get better looking white women than black boys, because I think they have a more of a connection.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed. But the thing is like it's difficult, right? Let me explain why it's difficult, right? In terms of that, right? Light skin or mixed race people, they could be classified as almost anything, right? And the thing is we don't have, like, I do admit, even though I'm light skinned myself and I technically look mixed, right? I do admit that certain light skin or mixed people do have certain privileges, or let's say certain advantages that, let's say, a dark skinned person doesn't. Right? I will definitely say that. But in my opinion, I would say light skin. The reason why you say like light skin, like, guys deal with more attractive is because they're closest to whiteness. And the thing is again, it's like having a bit of both, right? So technically they're kind of in the same place it's like having a bit of white and having a bit of black.
I don't know, bro.
Maybe they're second or maybe they're third. It's really
the reason why I say that is because look at the high profile white. This is how I tell.
All right, go on.
If you go to any high profile relationship, what ethnicity do you see? For example, Cheryl Cole has only gone to Ashley Cole. He's mixed. When I even look at certain high profile women, it'll be white men and mixed men. Black men don't seem. I'm trying to think of a couple where they're like at the elite. I don't know about elite where you have white women and black men as a married couple. I'm trying to think in the UK now. I'm trying to think of that example of a Cheryl Cole, Ashley Cole, who Cheryl Cole was a media darling. Everyone loved the ones that white men will want to kill you over. I'm trying to think of anything that I can see. I have to use the media because that's just, we can Google them. Please don't tell me man them down the road, my gal down the road. I don't know who that is. I
can't think of any myself.
Mixed men, yeah.
Mixed men, yeah, but yeah, go on.
No, I was just wondering, so what are the chances that men? I'm an outsider, just asking. What are the chances that black men and white men are attracted to the same kind of women? Like, is that the same thing also in the UK where it's just? I tend to think most black men, obviously, we're not all monoliths, but I'll say 90% of black men probably want women with more meat in their body compared to white men. So this discussions when people make them, I just don't understand it, because when even on other races, like a black man will probably prefer a thick Asian over the hottest skinny Asian in Japan, right? That's just the reality. That they'll probably prefer somebody with a lot more bones in their body. That there are light skinned girls that are finding it hard to get any black man because they're really skinny. I mean, fine, you're light skinned, but you really are skinny. Like you look like a fucking steak. So, I mean, are we also taking those things into context? Is what I'm saying.
Well, I'll be honest. If I use football players and look at their partners, whether they be white, they're not stereotypically. They're not like a Kim Kardashian. Well, some of them. No, I'm trying to think of any really Kim Kardashian types. Some of them do have them.
Not extreme like Kim Kardashian though.
No hips, straight. No hip, no backside, just completely straight ironing board. So I do see a lot of that. But I suppose you would argue stereotypically, yeah.
There are a lot of black men in the UK that are with like iron-board white women.
Bro, that or like real like fat women. I didn't want to bring this up, but I see with some black men with some real like heavy duty women. Big up to them. It is what it is. I got nothing against it, but that's a stereotype. I had a white mate when I was younger. I had a white woman when I was younger tell me, "Oh yeah, you like fat white women." It's like, what? Where'd that come from? And then when I got older, I realized why he said it.
I think we're towards the bottom, man. I mean, for short term, in the young years, I think we're definitely third. But when it comes down to 30 years of age, man, a lot of black guys in this place are struggling badly, and even in the ranking, it pretty much the closer you are to white, be that light skin, East African facial features, I really don't think we're that desired. When you get to 30 years age, unless you've got your money on point, then you reclaim your third place position in the UK as a black guy. But if you don't have money or any form of social status, man, I think for marriage and long-term relationship, but we're getting shit women. I'm sorry, that's just been my experience. I don't care how, when I say shit women, we're talking maybe broke, maybe dysfunctional family structures, maybe not missing teeth and fleas or something like that, not like Spike Lee in that Jungle Fever movie, but like I'm just saying, like when it comes down to the decent looking non-black women, and you're not Premier League football and you're a black guy, man, I don't see it. I'm sorry.
To be fair, I would think that's with everybody, right? Like I gave an example, right? There's this, I think this stat that says, like, I don't know if this is in the UK or the US, where it says like 20%, was it 20% of the women are dating 80% of the men, or is it the other way around? Was it 80% of the women are dating 20% of the men, and so on and so forth, right? What I think it's true, because there was like this new article that came out that was talking about the rise of lonely single men, right?
Yeah, famous.
If you've seen that article by Psychological Today, right? I think what that in certain cases, there's some things I disagree with it in, but what what
Jesse,
they
don't forget .com.
uh,
It's a computer site. It's not from the government. It's a .com. It ends with psychological whatever .com. Like it's not
okay,
like from a government. It's just I just wanna
yeah, I know,
respect.
but that's
No,
it. It's yeah, like for example, right? It came out and basically said that there's a rise of whatever. To be honest, like in most honesty, like most men are feeding off scraps, right? If you're like an average dude, right? You ain't getting no DMs. Your matches are probably dry on Twitter, on Tinder, yeah. And some guys are just hardly getting any play, right? And it does show. Like it does show because,
But
like,
are you using? Let's be
Let me
honest.
explain the article a little bit. First of all, they were talking about on a dating app. They said about 60% of men, for some reason, are finding out to get a couple, or something. Yeah, like 60% of the men in the 60% in the app, right? On the dating app are men, and yes, only a minority of those men are the ones of the 60% in the dating app are actually
yeah, but
getting some on the app, like they're
yeah,
talking
the
about on
app,
a social media site, right? So
yes,
these are not guys that are approaching women directly. They're
right,
really expecting like online, like she was gonna reply and whatnot. And secondly, I think it was a woman who wrote that article, which is something I feel like it should be important that people mention that it's women for some reason who are like, what is the purpose of a woman who's worried about single men? Like that's a and that, then it ends by .com. Like this is not a cycle. This is not like a gov. It should have ended by .org, where personally I would respect it more because it's more, I guess, more authentic and credited or something. But it's a commercial site. Like clearly they're trying to get people to pay in or something. I don't know. I'm just saying it was a money generating article at the end of the day, right?
I
So
hear you, but the thing is like it's not just that one article. Like there's a lot of studies that are now showing, right? You could watch Chris Williamson, he talks about it, all of these things. It's not just dating apps, right? They're talking about in terms of Western society. There's even I think there is actual government data on like marriage and relationships and so on and so forth, and even sex rates, right? And even birth rates, right? Because birth rates do coincide with sex rates as well. We also got to take that into consideration to a point. Obviously, you could wear protection, right? But the reality is like, yeah, like men have to work the hardest they've ever done, right, in this generation to basically get a strong long-term relationship, in my opinion,
But you know what,
right?
yeah, I have to use anecdotal evidence because when I'm out and about and I speak to people and I look at them and their relationships, I'm like, they are average. I'm not downplaying them. We all are
Yeah,
to certain extents. We are a little bit above average, a little bit below average, but we're around the average, we're around the bell curve. And I'm thinking to
yeah,
myself, they have relationships. So this whole 80-20 rule, I've seen conflating statistics that sort of disproven it. I've not taken it to heart because I need to just do some more research myself on a few things. But when I looked at the statistics, almost 50% of women over the age of 30 have no children. Now, it doesn't mean that they're single, but there's also statistics because if a rise of single men, there's likelihood a rise of single women. I don't know if they're lonely because the articles talk about loneliness, but there's a rise of not people having children. Now, there could be still a couple, but there's a rise of women not having children. Because the teen pregnancies rate's gone down because that's really I think an early 2000s type thing. It's sort of died down a little bit now. So I'm just
capitalism.
like a lot of these things I don't quite agree. I see a lot of average people with average people. So I don't quite agree with the inflated numbers.
No,
I would say this. They probably do want the top 20% of men. So their desire is for the top 20%. That I would agree with. Like men would want the top 20% of women. Let's be honest. Our desires, our heart's wishes, if we could have a
yeah,
genie, we would want the top woman. Let's be honest. The guys who are talking about these 304s, they're the top women, which most guys would want. Not every woman, they're not every single woman out there who looks like this, who looks like a typical IG model. So I think it's a case of they may desire it, that's what they want. But truth be told, no. I see relationships all the time where it's like, yep, they're just average, the normal. They're people around their looks level. It is what it is, or people around their maybe social circle. This is another thing. Falcon said something about this, which was a lot of social awkwardness because of apps. I think apps is a terrible place for certain things because it's like it's on steroids. It's all about the look. There's only so many things you can portray of yourself. So there's a lot of things where that has hurt men more than everything because women are more social creatures. Men usually aren't as social, so that will hurt their social skills more than men. I mean, if I be honest with you, this is more probably across the pond. When I listen to how these men just speak, forget everything else. Listen to how they articulate themselves. I already think, bro, I think there's a problem there just by how you articulate yourselves. So I'm just like, there's an issue. There's certain things here where I'll say a lot of social skills have been lacking, and it hurts men more than women because women are naturally social creatures, men aren't. So, two things at play there. So I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, Jesse, or whoever.
I agree. But it's like you really, I just look around and it's like what people are saying on the internet, and you know, like the rise of like incels as well, right? Where you've got that as well. I still think I think relationships in this generation is pretty much dead, right? Yeah, like average people, obviously people are gonna date within their own level, but how many of those people you actually know who are actually in relationships?
Again, I know a few. Now they're not married, but they're in a relationship and they have kids. So I know a few. This is where I'm like, again, I can only use my anecdotes.
Of course.
I'll say I've not been to like so many marriages. That I would agree with you, but for sure, I definitely know. Matter of fact, it's like there's only a few single people in certain respects. So I definitely do see a lot of couples. I do see quite a bit, to be fair.
Okay.
In the West, it's I mean, me and my partner, we were watching. Oh, don't judge me. On a Saturday, we were sitting down and we were watching YouTube, and I put a couple of incel documentaries, like Ilsen channels the theory of incel community, because we've heard about that guy in Plymouth shooting up the place, and she was unaware of the incel community and like genetic determinism. Yeah. So I said, sweetheart, I want to show you what's going on. Let's show you about this. And then and we looked at the videos and all this stuff about how they look at the facial angles and like gonial angles and cantal negative cantal tilt, and it's probably like, and she goes, these people have severe autism. I said, yeah, they probably do. But like she was like, it's like Anthony Joshua, for example, in the fight yesterday, I showed her the videos of the bad behavior, and she's like making excuses for him. And then a couple of women at work today, they were like making excuses for his bad behavior, and they're like, "Ooh, Usyk is such an ugly swear word." And as a guy, everyone had more respect for Usyk for what he displayed in the fight yesterday. The heart, being the smaller guy against a much bigger guy, the discipline that night round when he came out and beat the hell out of Joshua in round 10, the determination, things like that. These women didn't see it. They just saw a guy who was very, very attractive, behave badly, but that's okay because he gets the benefit back because he's good looking. So women definitely spend a lot of emphasis on things which are physical, particularly attributes that you can't change. So height, face, things like that. They race.
Yeah. That, and the thing is, that's never been a non-factor. So women. If women look at a man's shoes, I remember coming into work with a different shirt on that I don't normally wear, and women say, "Oh, that's a new shirt. I've not seen you wear that before. Oh, that's a new pair of shoes." I'm like, if a woman would look at your shoes, trust and believe she's looking at your face. So I agree. She's looking at everything. So I agree with you. Women are a lot more visual than men think they are. For some odd reason, men just seem to think women aren't visual creatures. Women don't care about this. I'm like, bro, I don't know what planet you've been living on, but yeah, there are things I agree. Unfortunately, us men, we're more sympathetic to things you cannot control, whereas women probably aren't.
And the funny thing is, she saw Usyk's wife, and she's like, how the hell does he get her? And this goes to passport, bro. I will give him that culture means a lot, because these Ukrainian and Eastern European women, they value resources, stoicism, strength, masculine traits, right? Anthony Joshua, when he was crying and blubbering around like a lot of Eastern European would be turned off by that, because what he displayed was weakness. And a lot of these Eastern European women, they actually, like, I worked with a lot of them back in my youth, they would tell you, like, we like our men to be cold, because at the end of the day, if things go badly, I want to rock. If we go through bad times, I want someone who's emotionally strong and a rock, right? So these cultures, a man could be 50 years old, one could be 30, but if he's got resources and it has, emotional control, they love it, and it's not taboo. right? So Usyk could go here, and he's definitely way more masculine than Joshua. But the point is that it's more about just looks in some cultures, and even East Asians. Let's go Chinese for the most part, even though they love white guys. Let's be real. But for them, I'd say that for a long-term relationship, black guys will do terrible with them, right? Because they don't have enough money, education levels lacking, intellectually may not be as good as other races. So for them, that turns them off. So they won't even touch you physically, and if they did touch you physically, they definitely wouldn't marry you because they
Yeah.
value things such as stability,
But you
income,
know the
things like
reason
that.
why I think that's the case, JLC, and this is why I will big up the passport bros, and this is why, again, they don't articulate it this way, but this is what it is. The reason why that happens is only in nations which there's poverty. I mean, poverty of a levels where stability looks sexy on a guy because they need that man for a house. This is why, again, and I was going to do a live stream on this, and if anyone's watched this TV show, I'm late to the party on this, so I apologize. The Handmaid's Tale. They don't watch The Handmaid's Tale on the panel or even on the chat. Press the one if you watch The Handmaid's Tale. I promise you.
No,
The
I ain't
reason why
seen it.
this for me is the Red Pill's utopia. You watch The Handmaid's Tale. You just watch the first episode, but watch 2 or 3 episodes of The Handmaid's Tale. That is a Red Pill's utopia. That is what Red Pillars want. What they want, and this is what they talk about. The reason why GLC Usyk looks more attractive in his culture is because the women there, for the most part, aren't free. This is what the Red Pillars talk about all the time. Women are free. So if you have a society where women can work, women can open their own bank account, women can do whatever a man can do for a little bit of it, that woman no longer values the traits which men believe were the traits that women find attractive. Even a car, even a house, a job would be more attractive to a woman. That's masculine because you have a job, you have a good job, you have an education. We can't have an education. In The Handmaid's Tale, and there's no spoilers really, but a woman reading, she'll get her hand chopped off just for reading. And this is what I mean. So for certain situations like that, because of the Western world, women can, they pretty much they are equal to a man. That's why they look for different things. They look for more visual aesthetics. They look for more finances because they can earn money. They look for more things because they can do it. So I think that's the primary reason why the passport bros do it, because they understand if a woman sees you as more stable, that's more attractive in those nations. That's why a lot of guys preach patriarchy. It's because men like control. If you can stop a woman from even, like in Saudi Arabia, driving, bro, women can't even drive. I think they're trying to change it, but even driving, men are trying to stop women from having freedom because
Yeah,
not having
that
freedom
Prince
allows
Salman,
men to be more stability.
that Prince Salman has liberalized Saudi Arabia a little bit. That
But
Prince Sal,
yeah,
he's
but you see how
liberalized a
that
little
is.
bit.
A woman driving is more liberal. Oh my God, I see some Muslim channels and they're going crazy because a woman can work. Oh, woman's world is this because again, that means that these men, unfortunately, it changes the dating game because women have more options. Because guess what? I've got a car, like you should have a car. Therefore, having a car is not a big deal. You need this, you need 2 cars, or you need a better car. You need this. So that's where it comes into play.
It's interesting. I remember one of your videos. You mentioned about the ethnicity gap in hourly wage between different groups. In the UK, Pakistani men earn way. I'm back home. I'm having food. Sorry. The Pakistani guys, they earn way more than the women, even if Pakistani guys earn less than other people, right? Because there's a big gap. But in our community, it's the opposite. I think the women even earn a little bit more than the men, but the gap is really small. And I think in general, for groups like us, yeah, I'll be very careful getting into a relationship unless you're really a high earner or you've got things going economically, because if you don't have the discipline and the patriarchy to have a rule or society to back you up, and you're not out earning the woman, good luck, man. I'm telling you, good luck for a long-term relationship. How the hell could you expect your wife?
And this is it. This is why, again, if you go to a different market, a smaller market, a cheaper market where you are seen as that stable, well-to-do man, then that allows for the power dynamics to be in the favor of the man. So there's more of a chance of having a long-term relationship. It's just you can't argue with that, can you? Really? Because you're right, Chelsea. Obviously, in the West, it's so competitive. It's so ridiculous. The standards are so high because we have in the West high standards of just living. So so why not go to a market where it's just a bit more attainable?
Yeah, man. I believe that you should go to where your best decide. I mean, if it works for them and they're happy, I just hope that it's not something you just had from someone, and hopefully they're safe there. All the black people from the UK. Because I always thought of Europe as racist, I guess. And obviously, like I just feel like I'll never feel safe in a place where I'm the only black guy and everybody around me is white and that could just disappear. or like that Get Out movie or something, you know.
Or
So
Anthony
I just
Anthony
don't-
Joshua's corner, just like Anthony Joshua's corner. I'm joking.
Oh, I didn't see his corner. Was it all Europeans? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's it. I think only Chisora was the only one that was flying around after the fight, but his corner was pretty much all as expected.
Wow.
yeah,
What can I
it's
say?
just it's a fear, man. Like, poof, like adoption, like they're gone. So I don't know, man. I don't know if why a lot of these guys want to go to Latin America or I mean, look, man. If they die there, I know it's a fucked up thing to say, but y'all deserve it. You know, there are a lot of safer places you could have went to, right? And I feel like there are a lot more safe. There's safer African countries you could go to, safer, like very very safe. African countries where a lack of crime doesn't even exist there. Like their laws are very extreme. There's death penalty. If someone even steals a sweet, you know.
Let me ask you a question.
So
Let me ask you a question actually on that. Because how would you feel as a native seeing foreign men coming in and sweeping up your, let's just say your best ladies? Because South Africa have some beautiful women. I'll be honest with you, South Africa has beautiful women over there. So I want to know, how would you feel? Because this is one of the things I want to know as a man over there, that a group of foreign men, even if they are black, but a group of foreign men coming over there and then they do that. Go ahead.
One, I like most South Africans, I wouldn't care. I mean, you do know South Africa consists of like 9 tribes, right? So obviously, I mean, I'm a minority tribe, so chances are it won't be a vendor woman. So for that part, I wouldn't care. And then secondly, what
I'm
I've
sorry,
noticed in
one sec. You said which woman? What's if it is the woman of your tribe? What's if it is that? What's if it's is it a vendor woman? Did you say?
I also don't think I would care as much. I mean, maybe I'll be skeptical, but I won't be like stressing over it. I'll be like, okay, but why then this? But I know it's highly unlikely. Second part is um, the second part is that what I've noticed a lot with SA girls for most times that with I'll say Nigerians because they tend to be the most foreigners or Zimbabweans. A lot of I guess SA has a stigma on a lot of African immigrants, right? Like
Yes, they
I
do.
guess
Yes, they do.
yeah, and they do think they're kind of better. So there's this thing where if we do see with another, I guess quote unquote outside black, like quote unquote, let me say, if we do see South African girls with a black person not from South Africa, there's kind of like a looking down on her. Like we probably think she's being prostituted or something, and that's why in SA for most times you rarely see South African girls blatantly showing that they're dating a non-South African
Oh, sorry,
boyfriend.
say that again. So I need to go on that because you said they will
Like
believe
it's
that
most
they're
of
being
the
what?
women
Is that?
that do not want to be seen with you, is what I'm saying. Like, and black South African men know this. Like, that's why it doesn't scare us at all
But
because
you
we
said,
know most of those
I
will
think you said
never.
something
Oh,
about they'll be seen as being, is it trafficked? I don't know if you used that word right. Was that the word you used?
yeah,
I think.
or traffic or paid or something, or less the prostitute or something.
Right,
That's
right.
just true. So yeah, I to be honest, that's one. It won't stress us. It won't hit South Africa. You'll never. I'm just saying. Out of all the things you've read in SA, there are a lot of people that come here. Maybe they'll be quote unquote tricking, but you won't see any South African men pissed off on it at all. Plus, plus South Africa is not like it's so underdeveloped. Like a lot of these girls do have rights and stuff. And they're not. I won't say they're like maybe American girls, but they do have some level of I guess some Western values away. So it won't be as easy. I'm just dropping by and I'm from the UK and she's just gonna fall on her arms. No, that's not what's gonna happen.
Oh, is
They'll
it
be
not?
like,
So they're not going to see, you know, you're not going to hear the accent. They're not going to see it like, yeah, boy. They're not going to see it like that.
Funan, like, yeah, now, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, what do you want? Like at the end of the day, I look. I'm not saying there won't be some girls who probably see you as a lake and they know you're a lake. But yeah, I think there will be those. The only girls I see will be approaching you are probably girls that will be seeing them as a lick, and maybe those guys do want licks. You know, maybe they just went there for fun. So that might
They want
happen.
that
But
PP licked.
yeah, but on public, I don't see them ever showing. Like it's almost something. I remember even one of my cousins. I'm like a cousin, but like her dad is like of another tribe. Like she was kind of hiding. Like there's a lot of hiding she was doing. The guy was Zimbabwean. There's Yeah, I don't know. There's a stigma, I guess, on a lot of Africans. I don't know about Black
Don't they love
Americans.
white guys? So
Nah,
South
man.
Africa, when my mum always tells me in London, yeah, I'm talking from my family's experience, yeah. Most of these Southern African black women, don't they love white guys
South Africa is
in London?
South Africa is highly segregated, man. Whites live with whites, blacks live
That's
with
why
blacks.
so why is the coloured population so damn much?
Because they breed with other colors.
So how did they form in the
Yes,
first place?
Yeah, but that was during apartheid, right? Like, when did the colors start existing?
Yeah, but if they were so segregated, why is the population of some of these cities, the coloured population is over 10%? Comfortably so. Why is that?
Why?
So what's going on there?
No,
Why,
no, ask
Jesse?
that again. Yeah, I didn't catch you. Ask that again.
I'm saying is why is the coloured population so high if it was so segregated? Because I've heard from South Africans and also YouTube that it's actually the inverse. Like in the UK, okay, black guys are more desired than black women and engage in mixed relations more, right? But in Colombia and South Africa, it's the opposite. It's black women who actually do more interracial dating than black guys, right?
Yeah, that part it is. Okay, but not on a widespread thing, right? Like, I don't. Like I said again, right? If she is dating a white guy, she will not show it in public, my man. That's one thing I can guarantee you, right? Because other
I've
women
got to
will look.
send you that video of a Take Me Out, that show in South Africa. I'm going to send it to you after the show. It's on the channel, the Insta channel, and
I'm not doubting that there are, guess, some girls in SA that may date white guys. I'm saying one thing for sure: they will not publicize that. It's not something
oh
you
man,
go.
I've got to send you that video, bro. It was Take Me Out in Cape Town in South Africa, and
Fine,
bro, white guy came in and they kissed his ass.
fine. I'm telling you because
That's a brutal show. That is. That Take Me Out is a brutal show, man. It just was the right
I'm
out,
talking
man.
about you go
It wasn't
to
brutal
SA.
for that white guy, bro. He was not brutal at all.
You are talking about a television show. If you ever like talk to anyone who's ever lived in South Africa for a while, I'm talking about a foreigner, not a South African, who's ever lived in SA for a while, he will tell you what I'm telling you
All I
is a
know
fact.
is there's a high percentage of mixed race people in that country, and it's the majority of black women, not black guys, who are making international relationships in South Africa. So once
No,
again,
no. And you know what colors actually get angry over that? Majority of colors. Remember, colors existed from the probably from the 1940s, right? Remember, South African government separated people on black, white, colored, Indian, and I guess the
so
others somehow.
so
But
how did they form?
back out of rape, of course, from bulls. I'm sure.
Now this is where we're going to have a controversial discussion, because in a situation like that, which is obviously highly segregated by one group having the power to segregate another,
White DNA? What kind of question is this? How did black Americans have white DNA? What kind of question?
What I'm trying to say is I don't think it was rape. I think a lot of them was due to women wanted to move up the social hierarchy and therefore offered themselves up or were wooed to engage in relationships and of course have children. That's what I think. That's what I believe, and I want to show you that was the case. Because listen, I'm not taking the piss out of South Africa, but I'm going to say it, and I don't care if you don't like it. I'm going to say it to you right now. The reality is, you guys were dominated so badly that it psychologically damaged the women to a rigid power structure, and the women paid attention to this. That's the problem in South Africa. And this is why a lot of them do prefer dudes, because they're the ones that had the power. You think psychologically women don't pick up on this when they see them getting segregated in their own home country, and the guy that's the top dog don't look like her? Are you serious, bro?
Yes, and still today, yes, I am. And if I South African or Black American girl will even confirm this. This idea that you think black women, bro, are just wanting to just breed with a bunch of people that oppress them for years. Do you understand that the things white South
Dude, I think you're putting these women on a pedestal, man, because at the end of the day, people want power. Okay.
No. Listen, in South Africa, one of the biggest differences that we have to be honest about is that unlike in America where it was people who were racist to you, it was the people and the government who were racist in SA. So black South African women.
Bro. That was saying in America, the governments were racist. They had to institute laws. It wasn't just people. Laws.
Yeah. Yeah, but America has never deployed its army on citizens in America and killed them. It's never said go kill the blacks and deployed a bunch of armies of soldiers to kill them. Black Americans will join the veteran and fight other people's wars.
But
That's not what happened on widespread. I mean, this is a fact. I'm not saying that it was
I
good.
don't disagree with that argument. It's just there's other ways to segregate and demoralize a group of people, stop them from being able to bank with them, shop them, keep them out of the economy. There's other ways which took place, and even when it comes to them building, like was it the Tulsa, like Wall Street, there's the bombings that took place in the churches, the lynchings. It may not be on a mass scale like an army, but bro, this is the history, isn't it?
I'm not saying it was not bad. I'm saying at the end of the day, there's no actual history of America constantly sending its army. You understand the purpose of an army is to kill an entire population. There's no actual record, right? Let me say that for what's about of America sending an army of men to let's go to Harlem and kill a bunch of black people. Let's go to this and kill a bunch of black people and lower the population.
Yeah,
you don't
you
have
still-
We're talking about the power dynamics. I think forget about the necessarily the nuance of the power dynamic. Is JLC's argument right? The power dynamic. Let's be honest, women like power.
Jim Crow was not better. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying that's not what happened. It wasn't like that.
No, no.
Right?
So go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I respect the man's opinion. I respect his experience. I respect his input. But at the end of the day, I think he's delusional. The ones I've met in the UK and in London, they have a massive thing for that group of men. And I think one of the major reasons is because it is extremely damaging to be humiliated in your own country for decades. Where everything of power and of wealth, a particular group of guys, and your men are powerless in their own land. I think that is a terrible thing to happen to a group of men in their own land. It is a humiliation that causes deep stain.
Fine, man. I'm not gonna force you to believe anything, bro. You're right, man. You know more than me. About South Africa, I guess. What I was saying, this is my final conclusion on this. In SA, it's highly segregated. Black women, for most times, tend to wanna not even fuck blackness. Most women here wanna be with their own tribe, bro. Like you guys don't even know how separate South Africans are. I don't think I would ever. I mean, I may have sex with a Zulu Xhosa woman, but I would never want a child with them. Not at all, like whatsoever. You see, when you go to actual SA, you realize, and once it's segregated, I don't mean in a way of you guys don't get this and you guys get this. I'm saying people stay in their communities. Somalis stay with other Somalis. Indians, for most times, what happens too with them, and something I'd never realized that they will actually get married to Indians in India, right? So Indians have their own community, Vendors have their own community, Zulus will have, all of us have their own provinces too, like states. So most people tend to always have their own people. So to your question about colors, majority of colors.
Oh, is it now? Oh, okay then, sir. Here's a question for you. Trevor Noah. His mom's black South African, isn't she?
Yes. He's New Age, yeah. He's a New Age colored, but can't speak Afrikaans. That's why most people don't even consider him a real colored. Yes, go on. Am I offline, guys?
No. I think the question. I don't know, JLC, if your mic's not
Oh,
on.
yeah.
I don't know whether it's JLC point. Is that confirmation?
Trevor Noah is very rare, guys. Do you know how rare a Trevor Noah is in South Africa? This is what I'm saying.
Oh, is it really? Let's check the percentage.
JLC, you kind of got. Well, let me say this. There was a footballer called Steven Pienaar. He's a very good footballer. He used to play for Everton and Tottenham for a little bit.
I know. He's multi-generational colored. He's not like Trevor Noah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's more him than there is a Trevor Noah kind of color. That's a fact. Most colors that exist today is because they breed with other colors. And colors, remember, is not defined by your skin tone. It's defined by your genetics. I'm defined as black because of my genetic makeup. There are colors who are darker than me. And that's something that he doesn't even know. Like if he went to SA, this is what I'm saying. Like
so how do they do that then? Do they like give you a blood test and like, oh, there you go, colored? Is that how it happens? I don't.
Usually they'll tell you, and secondly the accent, they'll be like, hey, Mazikan, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. So they'll be usually in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. Maybe you ever heard of Cape Town. That's
you can move to there. You know what I mean? You can move to there. It's like an accent is just where you're born or where you've been living for a certain time. Anyone can change their accent. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know.
Saying it's really when they tell you, and sometimes you can tell, I guess, on a phenotypical way, but I'm just saying there are colors that look black, like but there will be colors, they'll be similar, they'll be called color. It's more genetic than it is just word. So me, I'm purely black with no white blood in me, so I'll be called black. Trevor Noah is colored because he has white blood in him, right? Thabo Mbeki, Nelson Mandela, all those guys, these are black people, right? Because they're purely black for most part. They'll be
so
colored.
Mandela will be called black then, because he looks more like a mixed.
He's
I know
black,
he's from
yeah.
the Haitian
Someone
tribe.
that light skin girls that are black. Like there's no, I mean, black as in like probably they have Khoisan. Remember, there are Khoisans in SA. Light skinness doesn't usually come from
Very light skin.
from Khoisans. Although they're rare today, but they obviously in the Cape and tend to have skin tone. I think they're also in Namibia. I've seen videos of them. They migrate to Namibia after, I guess, the causes, these Bantus in SA chase them away or something. But sadly, I'm just saying most of them tend to be. I'm saying light skin is from Khoisans. If you know, it's not really from colors. But yeah, I mean,
Well,
these are if you arrive, just go to SA. You see. This is why I'm not triggered by.
I ain't stepping foot in South Africa. No. I have a friend 2 years ago who went to Nigeria, South Africa. I said, brother, listen, don't go to South Africa. Don't go to Namibia. White man won that show over there. Okay, maybe go Joburg, but still, that country, I wouldn't go into Southern Africa. They've got serious problems over there. Even my man Mugabe had to bash South Africa when he wrote his speech, his last ever written speech before he was kicked out of a leadership position. He mentioned South Africa specifically, saying at least unlike South Africa, at least we Zimbabweans own our country. Okay, so don't come at me. You South Africans crack me up the most. You guys go on here, even I don't really like Nigerians that much. They aggravate me a lot of the time. But you South Africans crack me up. You guys have all this xenophobic crap against Southern Africans because you think your country's so good. And the only reason your country's so good, the white man came there and spent more time in there and built up a bit better. And now you come out here, have all the smoke for Nigerians. When white man was in that country doing God knows what, you guys were just, well, what the hell happened there? So listen, you South Africans, I have beef with you. Your women love them. I've seen them in England. I was so bad that my mom had to tell me, well, don't even bother trying to speak to a South African or woman from Southern Africa. They don't like black men.
Okay, fine.
Wow, JLC's coming with the heat there, bro. I'm telling you. I mean, bro.
Man, look, bro, I'm not gonna debate delusion, man. You win.
I'm not involved.
No, bro. I mean, for me, I know JLC is against it, but it's been a bucket list of mine to go to South Africa just because of everything. So, yeah, at least just to travel to visit. So.
What people say, man. Look, crime in SA.
Watch that cricket. Watch that cricket team. Watch the cricket team that played against England earlier this week.
Yeah, all right, bro. No, I hear you. Bro, hold on.
Yo, that guy, Abby, pull up, man. Send that guy a link. There's a guy there called Abby. Because this guy likes to cap here. He's actually Ethiopian. He moved to South Africa. So clearly, I might be lying over here. So at least hear it from somebody who moved to SA.
Why does your cricket team look like the Swedish national team besides the two? No, I'm serious. The British football team has more diversity than the South Africa cricket team. So I ask you, why?
Same with the rugby team too, except for
I ain't gonna lie, he's got a point
Why?
there, bro. I seen
I'm
South
not gonna defend that. It's because most one, for obviously majority of black people are poor, and how they're gonna get into the cricket team.
I mean,
and secondly, I mean, y'all act like our history. Do you even know South Africa's history? Like, it's almost like you guys just read an article about South Africa, but never.
I do know about South Africa.
This is confirming JLC's point about the history, though. This is confirming JLC's point about the history.
Yeah, but I get that South African girls love more whites, and they produce more biracials. Like, colors are made by interracial relationship. That is total BS. And
why is it BS?
Because it's colors breed with other colors, bro. They're not.
Bro, how did they form in the first place?
They formed out of rape, man. That's how.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, right. So much segregation that rape took place. Okay, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
It was out of love, man. You believe that?
I interject.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah, because like I see South African Like I've seen South African cricket, and I've seen like the rugby, and yeah, like what I generally see is I just see a lot of Dutch and British sounding names in the cricket team, you know. But I maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've never been to South Africa, so I don't know. But basically, isn't it like if you have the talent, right? It doesn't matter if you're poor or rich, you still get in. Because like I've looked at certain stories of like certain like players, and they basically like I think is it called the Orlando Pirates?
That's
Is
a
their
Nigerian
football
football team, isn't it?
team? They're aren't they based in South Africa?
Or is it South African? I knew it was an African football team or something. Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah, no,
could be
wait.
wrong.
I want to ask
Orlando
you something.
Pirates South African.
Yeah, it's a black team, man. It's a soccer team.
Yeah. So I've seen like them get into sports, like even if they're rich, because I've seen some like backstories or documentaries on South African players who just didn't get in. And what I noticed about South Africa is it's like, yeah, I know there was a point where they said it was segregated to a point where it was just blacks living on one side and whites living on the other, or it was like the lower class people living on one side and there's like higher class people living on the other. I don't know if that's true. Like if anyone could confirm that.
Yeah, look, I just want to ask the South African tether one question. So apparently the guy that told me says that colors in SA are existing because black South African women are just breeding with a bunch of bulls and whites, and they're just having all this multiple
No.
kids. Bruh.
Look,
And I was like, I wonder if a colored yet is what they think, because I know how triggered they are, even when
look.
they call
To explain
colored.
the concept of coloreds, look, in the US, where the black population is far smaller, there's still a heavy biracial population. You guys just consider them black. In South Africa, they don't consider them black. Like the apartheid government put those people and put them in a completely different location for decades. So that means they have a different culture to both whites and blacks. That's why they have their own separate identity.
If we're confirming,
Like if Musanda went,
no.
yeah, like their population hasn't really increased. They're like 10%. Musanda, aren't they like 10%? 9 point something percent. And they've been the same for almost.
Yeah, the 10%. Some even put them as black so that it becomes 95% black cut. But yeah, about 10%. Yeah.
So I've got a question,
Look,
sir. The
South
other South
Africans don't
African.
marry out. South Africans don't marry out as much as you guys think. I mean, it's even rare to see a South African intermarrying between different tribes, unless they're like people who live in the cities. Most Zulus tend to marry Zulus, most Xhosas tend to marry Xhosas. So it's even rarer to see a South African marrying a white or something like that.
Okay, so
I mean,
I've
it
got a
happens,
question.
but not that much.
I need someone to please explain this to me. I have two questions. So number one, the majority of interracial relationships in South Africa, are they between black man and outsider or black woman and outsider? And I know the answer to this already. I'm going to prove the evidence, but which one is it in South Africa?
A lot of what? Sorry?
Is it mainly black men with outsiders or black women with outsiders in South Africa? Which one makes up the majority of those relationships?
It's mostly black women, man. I'm not going to cap. Musanda.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, sir. And my second question is this. How did all these colors exist in the first place? Did they just mutation or?
No. This guy's been talking for a while. I just want to say this. Why would black men in South Africa want to breed with a bull? Let's address that part.
Yeah, because you know what? Yeah, you're right. Why would they? Because they'll be killed. So they couldn't even if they wanted to because the power dynamic was so bad.
I'm going to be honest with you. Most South African men are not even attracted to Dutch women or the descendants of Dutch.
Okay.
Have you seen those women, bro? They look like linebackers.
Your captain, your rugby captain seems to be with a really good-looking South African native woman, right?
She's like the top 2% of South African born.
Man, you guys are capping too much with this defensive.
Bro, let me just say this. I don't need to cap. I'm not even like ethnically South African. I just grew up, like I lived most of my life here as well. There are different types of whites. They're the British descended whites, and then there's the Boers, which are the Dutch descendants. You will very rarely see, even when a black man marries out, on average, like 89%, like 90% of the time, it's usually with a British descendant. It's not with a Boer. Maybe the South African guy is an exception. I don't really know. Is he married
Yeah,
to a
but those
guy?
guys,
I don't really know.
those guys are more separatists anyway. The
Yeah,
Boers
but
compared to
you
the
have to
British
understand,
descendants.
he is
They
given a
want to
special place.
they want to preserve their culture and their language and their customs. They don't even like dating British people in South Africa that much because they're
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's
focused on
true.
their own people. Okay, so I
Yeah, but
think
that's true. But
that's true.
on
Thank
the
you.
rugby guy, with the rugby captain, you have to understand, rugby in South Africa is mostly a Boer sport. On average, it's overwhelmingly a Boer sport. So him being a rugby guy, he's probably adopted that culture over time. So he gets to be with a lot of Boer people. So it's not hard to see why he ended up marrying a Boer woman. But the average guy walking around, bro, he's not even interested in Boer culture.
Well, I'm surprised that he even would, because you said that all of them love their own women so much and that they wouldn't date outside of their tribe.
Yo,
And
obviously, there's exceptions, man. Come on.
despite being 80% of the population, he just had, there was just simply not enough for him to, do that. Really, no, man, please. The reason why they
Obviously,
couldn't was because
okay,
they physically could not, because they didn't have the power, and power structures matters a lot. And this goes back to the whole passport thing and everything we're talking about here. It's about power dynamics for females. It's very, very important. Okay.
So JLC,
The reason I brought you here, William, I just want to say this. Abby,
go
the
ahead,
reason
go
I
ahead.
brought you, I want you to notice how similar his talking point and Lima is. It's like with a lot of black men,
exactly.
black men, like they have this affirmation of saying that whites don't want to, you have no value.
Yo,
Like
Sunday, now I know why you guys are so defensive,
yeah,
man.
like
I'm not even South
yeah,
African, and this guy is going to turn me into a South African nationalist now.
Yo, I'm not
exactly.
involved. I'm not
I want to
involved.
be in a position where my people, right, are really brag to us saying that, oh, white people don't want to breed with you. Now you should feel bad. Like, think about this, bro. And it's always the same.
Sunday, please tell this
Who
guy.
said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Bro,
Look,
you are the
okay,
one here
bro.
crying, oh, the white women don't want you. Oh, like for some reason, black
No,
men
that
are
wasn't
crying.
my point. No. That definitely wasn't what I was trying to do. What I was trying to show you.
Right. Once. All right. Let me pivot back because yeah, I do like this conversation. But let me try and pivot back to the passport, because JLC, you mentioned something, and I want to ask the panel this about: is there a difference? Because on the other side, you have divestment, kind of, which is not the same as passport bros and whatnot. And even though women do travel for sex, but it's not the same. It's not in the same sort of manner as passport bros. But let me just say this about power dynamics. Which, I don't know if it's the question is which is worse, but what does it speak to when black men will go outside of their culture and even race? Is that a thing about status? They want to increase their status, or is it only the other way around, if that makes sense? Because I hear over here, at least, that black men have said this, especially when I listen to certain conversations, that having a white woman on their arms, or especially a white woman, that increases their status. Again, that goes back to JLC, the power dynamic. I've heard this from, if I go to certain functions or events, I don't want a black woman, a white woman look good on the arm, because that is the quintessential trophy. A black woman is not a trophy, a white woman is. So with passport bros, then, is that a similar situation, or is that something completely different? Open question to the panel.
Can you explain that again?
All right.
So does the racial dynamic come into play when you're doing the passport bro stuff, right? That's basically the tenet of the
power
question.
dynamics. Is that a situation? Is that the same thing as what JLC was saying about power dynamics? That's why black women date, or black South African women, they want to date white South African men. I'm just saying, for passport bros, bringing it back to the
there's also the wealth dynamic. Yeah, I mean, power dynamic these days is pretty much revolves around wealth, because I mean, it's not the old days where you can go pillaging and stuff. Well, strength really doesn't have that much. So wealth, yeah, I mean, technically the apartheid system is, they didn't really just steal the wealth from all the whites and give it to the blacks. So if you are rich, if you came from a family that was wealthy in apartheid era as a white, you're still going to have the wealth. So on average, yes, the white man have more wealth. So therefore they can get whichever woman they want. I mean, they can buy, I mean, these days you can buy a woman. If you're rich enough, you can get whatever woman you want, because that's all that relationships are at the end of the day. The man has to provide. So yeah, I mean, they have their pick. So you'll see them being, if they do go get a black woman, they can get a black woman. So, and why would a black woman say no at the end of the day? Like,
Thank
people are
you.
not
My
race
point.
loyal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Look. People are not race loyal in Africa as a whole, because almost everyone you see is black. Like 80% of South African population is black. So it's not like the black race is going to die out. So she
But
can benefit from being with the richer.
you said it when you first came here, right? I'm not saying there's no chance of them having sex or whatnot, but there's a large portion of black women in SA will not be comfortable even being seen being married to specifically Boer. Yeah, let's remove English. You're right. Maybe English they may make an exception, but an Afrikaner, a South African woman, there's a rare. It's very very rare to the core to find even a Boer and a black woman actually married together. That is so goddamn
Yeah,
rare. You
true.
can't even find
It's mostly,
like
well, when I say white,
say,
it's mostly, I just mean the British whites. Because the Boer culture, like, it's hard for
yeah.
anyone who isn't part of that culture to go back in. Like, first of all, bro, you have to learn Afrikaans. You have to learn all of their ways. It's not worth the time. Even I don't interact with them unless I have
Yeah.
to. So it's a different culture.
I mean,
I
that's
hear you.
fucking
I hear you.
accent.
Let
They
me
just happen to be in the same country.
No, I get you.
That's
I get
it.
you. Let me ask this question then. Let me ask another question. I don't know if anyone wanted to respond to what I said beforehand about power dynamics and whatnot, but kind of the last thing I want to touch on, and I will tread very sensitive with this, but could you argue Passport Bros is a game for men who, let's be honest, are more on this side
And
of
they
the fence,
always like to
as opposed to
100%.
somebody
Yes.
like an Anthony Joshua? So, JLC, you said you have a dating coach friend. Now, this gentleman here who has, his figurines behind and everything like that at all. Again, no shade to his brother. I don't know if he's on the spectrum or anything like that at all. He does sound a little bit, slow, so no shade or anything. But are we saying Passport Bros is a game in the main which was exhibited by brothers like this and not Anthony Joshua?
Well, you'd have to say so, because if you're part of the genetic league, it's all about. I think the whole thing is about, again, being in that top 10%, that top 20%, where the women want your rod very much, right? And if you're getting what you want and you have enough resources in a place, you're not going to go and try and go to another place to find that resource, because you're already getting what you need and more where you are, right? So why would you spend money to go overseas to get something that you already have that's just down the road, right? Why would you? It doesn't make sense. Particularly if you live in a multicultural city where you have all the resources already there. If you want to go to China, you got it there. If you want to go to Japan, you got that there. You want to go to Pakistan, you've got that there. You've got that market all there, right? So why would you want to go overseas, right? And the only problem that these passport bros that look like him would be is the guys like him probably want to earn a lot of money, because they say that people who tend to be better looking, there might be a correlation with intelligence. Intelligence is linked to income a lot of the time. So they may not be able to afford, because he may have trash genetics. Because this is the whole black pill philosophy. The guy, I'm not going to say his channel, very good channel. He did a
The
video
Halo
about this.
effect, I don't
It
know.
wasn't the halo. It wasn't even the halo effect. It was between looks and
No,
intelligence.
but
I know it sounds weird.
Right.
no.
Yeah.
You know what
So
it
a
is?
lot of
It's like the fact that the halo effect has a positive knock-on effect on you. So imagine if you're a good-looking kid, even when you have a wrong answer, the teacher will be more encouraging towards you than if you're an ugly child. They'll just tell you to shut up or something. So that over time builds confidence, and obviously with confidence you'll be able to achieve more. You'll become smarter. I think that's how he explained it, right?
that was one thing, but he also mentioned the fact that this is hilarious. That for the most part, it would be that the man would be intelligent to earn lots of money, right? And as his reward, he'd be quite rich and wealthy, right? So he would choose a woman that would probably be fertile and pretty, right? Because in terms of men, your value is mainly based on your power and your money, and if for a woman, it would be fertility and beauty. So if they have a kid, a guy who's providing high genetics from an intellectual point of view, combined with a woman who might be physically attractive. So the child, the offspring, is more likely to have intelligence and beauty. I know it sounds weird, but that was one of the theories why that's the case. And they did whole studies where kids who were 15, they took IQ tests and they followed it up. And then they rated the looks and see how desirable they were, if they had kids, how objectively they were rated for attractiveness. And there's a correlation between height, fairly weak, a really big correlation between IQ and objective looks, and
So
educational
why are
attainment.
all the top scientists relatively on the ugly side of life? If you look
Yeah,
at, even if
yeah, yeah. But if you go to like
the
central
top
London, you go to these
intelligence,
banking. Yeah, but then again, if you look at the presidents of the United States, all those powerful men in the world, they're not ugly
yeah,
dudes. I'm not homosexual, but
those are
Bill
not the
Clinton, Obama,
peak of intelligence. The
Well,
peak of
this is what I was
intelligence
going to
is
say.
like right around the
Obama's pretty
150,
clever, man.
160.
Obama and Clinton,
Yeah, but
they did go to Harvard, and these guys
politicians
are
tend
pretty
to be in
smart.
that 120 to 130, 140 range. They don't get to that 160 plus range. 160 plus
We're
range
not
is
talk-
like,
yeah, but that's like disabled. Like these guys have serious like autistic and social issues. A lot of those guys can't function in normal society. They may have high IQ, but they may not be high earning. That's the major. You know, there's like a sweet spot you want to be around 115 to 135, 140 at most. And then you go to the extremes, and then you start having severe deficiencies. You start being schizophrenic. You start having severe social issues. Like they may be high IQ, but they may not be high earning. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So you
Yeah,
could be
oh,
like
I get it.
yeah.
I get it now.
and also
Yeah, I get it. Thank
there's probably emotional intelligence we've not touched on, which is why I think JLC, a lot of the leaders are a little bit more different. For example, Mark Zuckerberg, he's a very intelligent human being. I don't know whether you'd consider him good looking. Bill Gates, another example, they're rich as well now because of the tech industry. I don't know whether the intelligence in terms of IQ, it may be slightly different in terms of how it maybe educational wise, but it's interesting because you do, like you said, some very high functioning people. I won't call them on the autistic sort of range, but yeah, traditionally good looking, they're more down to the movie stars and maybe the ones who are leaders, front facing people, which doesn't require necessarily the same type of intelligence as creating Facebook, but yeah, a different type of maybe emotional intelligence, more ruthlessness, and more social intelligence, which is underrated in terms of intelligence, in my humble opinion, like these days.
Yeah, okay, that
It's
makes
funny
sense. That makes sense.
when you see. It sounds so hilarious, but when you see like people go to Oxford, Cambridge, or even certain professions like bankers in central London or doctors and surgeons and stuff, you notice that the most of them are quite attractive. Like they tend to be slightly taller or more built on average. They tend to have. I don't know,
Is it the
it's
field? Are we
weird.
saying it's the field then? So, like for example, barristers. I'll say this: a lot of women, when you go, if you ever go to like university, law school, a lot of sexy, fine women are in law school. A lot of, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the profession that attracts certain types of people. Maybe that's what it is.
I think it's also the
I-
IQ that it requires to be
Like
in that
IT,
field.
for example. If you're thinking
Absolutely.
IT, are you thinking, a real, trying to think of a name, a Megan Good in IT? You're not really thinking that, are you?
Yeah, but think about that. These uh, these fields not only require you to have some level of intelligence, but also looks, because you'll be interacting with people. When you look at IT, you don't
Facts.
need to interact with people. Lawyer, you need to interact
Agreed.
with people. A banker, you need to interact with people. So, and
Doctors.
these are fields that require, like the brother said, between that 115 to 130 to 135, maybe 140 type of IQ for you to be really good at it. Because after that, the level of IQ you need is probably 50%, and the other 50% is social skills. And the halo effect kicks in for those social skills for you to be successful.
Agreed. Good point. Well said.
No, I hear you. And this is why, again, I know. I hope it's not a stream where we see we're knocking any men who wants to have their own agency on leaving or whatnot. But again, sometimes there are realities. And the thing is, I don't even blame it. Like I said beforehand, if you're in a field where you cannot get maybe in the caliber of woman that you think you even deserve, maybe it's unrealistic for whatever reason, then I have no problem with you operating in a different market. There's some people who do well in a smaller pond. They're a big fish in a small pond. That happens to be in an environment which is probably overseas. I've got no problem with it at all. But it's just, yeah, it was just fascinating how a lot of these things get transported over here, which makes zero sense. Considering, again, just going back to my original topic, we have family members who exist in these types of nations. You know what I mean? It's like, let me ask this, that kind of one final question then, because for like UK specific, would you date a woman from your host culture, but she's a yardie, for example? She's not UK Caribbean or UK African, British African or British whatever, but she's actually from the host nation. Is that considered a passport, bro, or is that just normal, or would you even do it? So
I
like
used to
just
do that.
jealousy. Yeah.
I used to do that. Yeah, I mean, the woman I'm with is the first British-born woman I've been with for a relationship. It's
Ah.
the first time because I noticed that for whatever reason you tend to get better looking ones when they were born overseas. In my humble opinion, it gives you a gateway into a country that you may not be accustomed to, but your children could fit into. It seems like a pretty good deal and quite ideal, I would say. I mean, if I was ever single again, which will never happen, I would probably try and target immigrant women in Britain because you get access to another country, another passport, and another culture. That sounds pretty good to me.
But what about? I'm sorry. What about like you said that I don't know if you said your dad was, is it Caribbean or something? But what about from your dad's homeland? I mean, do you see that in the same way as a normal immigrant? Because some people may see it, just a Jamaican. That's that kind of thing. Because when I hear, I'll be honest, Nigerians. I don't know whether this is more of a Nigerian thing, but British Nigerians, they don't even want to touch. It seems Nigerian women. I may be wrong. Someone help me out here.
It tends to be the women. The Western women don't like dating fresh guys.
Yo, Wim, say that again. What you say? You said Nigerian what?
No shade, but the British Nigerians, again, I'm hearing them. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yo, this is Nigerians everywhere, man.
Yeah, but I'm in the UK too, but go on.
Yeah, the British Nigerians. I was on Falcons panel. I'll be honest with you. A few of you were like, I don't know about that. If it was a date night, because obviously Nigeria is not the West, is it? So, I don't know. I've not heard Nigeria as a hotspot for.
There's a YouTuber. I'll even say his name, Chaotic Truth. I remember I was in the live watching him say this. He really said, you know him, like Chaotic, the guy I showed you Abby before, the Nigerian guy. It's like,
yeah,
I've ever since I've looked at Nigerian women. This is what this Nigerian man said. He said he's never in his entire life ever looked at a Nigerian and was like, I'm actually attracted to you. That's really what he said on a live. Like, I've never had any sexual attraction. And he was just saying from his heart. Like, he said it live like that. Like, he's never been at any level of sexual attack. Like, it was literally, he sees them all as ugly. The ones that he's seen, he said. Not all. He doesn't know about others, but the ones he's seen, it's not something he says he's ever seen as something I would want to be with. I said, bro. I said for the head. Like, this Ghanaians a vendor guy. Like, our women are not as, like, I won't say they're top tier, but you will never hear a vendor guy saying that on live, yeah, man. But it's sad, man. I don't know if it's a product of living in a white nation, or maybe it should be expected. What do you think about that, Wim? Like, is it something that should be expected, though?
I mean,
nah. That's something Nigerians only do, man. Even in SA, they always brag about coming to SA and taking South African women. They do that in every country they're in, man. Even in African countries, they would always go out of their way to be with the local women instead of their own women.
Yeah, but why? I mean, why is that even a culture? That's the sad part. Like, so you don't even want to be with somebody who.
I mean, if you think about it genetically, they're winning, man. They're spreading their genes. The whole point is to spread your genes. They're doing that effectively.
They want more Jessica X's. That's why.
No, I mean, come on. They breed with no. They breed with South African women. Where do you get they would take your vendor women, bro. They're not going to get a Jessica X from taking a vendor women, but they would do it.
No, I'm just saying, no, they want, no, don't you get what I mean by that? I'm just saying, I think they want to create those types. They don't want a monolithics. They don't want the monos. They want the biracial kids, man. I think maybe that's what they want.
I doubt it, man. Like, because when they come to South Africa, they also breed with other black South Africans.
In the US.
Oh no, but I thought South African women didn't date out anything outside of their tribe. What type of magic is this?
Why do you think they brag about it so much? Why do you think they brag about it when they finally do it? Because it's seen like a win for them.
Yeah, and they think we care. I don't think. Do you think? Have you ever? I've never seen a South African man attack a Nigerian or whatever, even Ethiopian for dating a South African chick. For most part, I'm just saying, from my personal view, I think it's mostly the girls don't want to be seen with them. That's really what I've noticed the most. They'll try to hide it the most. So a lot of SA guys don't get triggered by this. And multiple people have asked this question. GLC, you're asking. You've asked Josie, he gave the same answer. Lozy, the same answer. It doesn't trigger us like that. I don't know if it's overconfidence or anything, or maybe because there's so many women in general. But the idea that some men are just gonna come and take all the women, I just don't see it happening and ever being a threat.
I'm not
If
gonna
it is
lie. I don't think any passport boys is gonna go to South Africa to try and smash women, man, because that's some serious HIV out there, man. Like, I would triple bag, quadruple bag, acid.
don't. That's why. In fact, they have friends to me. Fucking prostitutes. These people traffic women in
Look,
each
have you noticed
to judge
the
us.
Southern African region gives the whole of Africa a bad name?
Leach, wait. You can't even name one South African criminal in Nigeria. Not one. But South Africa has 6,000 that are yet to be arrested. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to even address that.
So let's come away from that topic. Let's come away from that. Let me bring
let's stop the Nigerian bashing, man. They want
South African bashing.
Every
Falcon. Well,
so was the Nigerian bashing going on there?
Coming
up here to defend.
Go ahead.
Falcon,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to tell the guy one in every 5 African is Nigerian, so I can't be bashing the people that will be taking over Africa soon.
Okay.
Floor's yours.
Yeah, man. Look,
always gonna be owned by whites, bro. I'm sorry.
One sec, bro. Let's Falcon.
I just kind of wanted, because with the passport bro thing, I'm kind of neutral, but at the end of the day, my viewpoint, which I kind of expressed in my previous stream, was that, look, it's not my business. It's none of my business, for more black men to be traveling. I think that's a good thing, and for whatever reason they're doing that for, it's their problem. It's their business. Whether it's security matters, that's, it's their issue to face. So I think, generally speaking, man, I think, as black men, it shouldn't really be a problem. And I'm not saying that is the undertone of this stream, but I'm just pointing it out there as a general kind of a general statement, because I think in the manners, in the spaces, let's just call it that, there's this whole domestic versus overseas kind of beef that's happening, and I just think it's pretty useless. There's no reason for that, right?
Yeah. What about Falcon? Because the overarching theme of this is, it makes no sense over here. I don't get why UK man them are on this train. That's what my whole thing has been. Just because of most of us come from immigrant families, number one. So most of us don't live. Our family's roots in a non-Western world. The conversations about dick policing and dating that, it doesn't exist, because let's be honest, black men, the stats are in. Black men date outside their race without any sort of remorse, and they've been doing it for ages. So for me, it's all been about, I agree with what you're saying. It's there.
Yeah. I mean, I think definitely
the UK is like, what do you think?
Yeah, I think definitely in Europe. I said this before, actually. In Europe, we're so close to different cultures as well, and we've got the bigger cities here, very multicultural, different cultures here, so we can easily experience all these cultures. I think with the Americans, they're just so what's the word? They're just so in, they're just so in themselves. They think everything's in America. And so foreign things for them seem so distant or so, extreme, So they have these kind of overarching ideals as to what to expect in a foreign land. Whereas us, we're more down to earth, like you said. A lot of us, we come from families that originate from Africa, Caribbean, all over the world, Asia. So we're not so, we're not seen through rose-tinted spectacles, you know what I mean? And that's why I did the stream, asking, if black British people need to be passport bros as well, because I know, I'll just call the name. We were talking about Thomas, with regards to his views. Salute to Thomas.
Oh, sorry, just a quick, because I don't want it to be that kind of, I'm Thomas from the stream owner himself. This has not been a stream about you at all, bro, at all. So
right. Yeah.
I really want to make.
And I think anyone, I think him, everyone, they all, because they're so adamant with regards to what they're going to do with their life. It's like they don't really care anyway. But it's like, for me, even though I question or I see holes in these points of view, it's like, well, go for it, brother, man. If you think Japan is going to give you something that the UK can't give you, go for it. But yeah, I think in a lot of cases, man, it's rigged. I mean, the ideas have many flaws, and I think, again, it's idealistic, vision. But at the end of the day, look, man, you know, it is what it is. Let brothers do what they want to do, whether it's flawed or anything else. You know, it shouldn't be a problem. But
Can I just
general statement.
ask you, what is the flaw within Passport Bros? Like the concept, I think, look, I'm never going to be able to do this because my parents will never allow me to marry outside of my culture. But for these guys, I'm looking at it like, look, at the end of the day, we all know why they're doing it. Foreign women that come from more economically deprived countries are cheaper and easier to control. The end. So I can see why UK dudes. I can see why UK dudes would also do it.
If that's true, so what? Like if they've got an advantage, an economic advantage somewhere else, so what? That, you know, the flaw, I think, in my view is just having that idealistic viewpoint where it's like, oh, it's so much better over there. When in reality, if you're an immigrant, you know, if you're an ethnic minority in the UK, you're going to be another ethnic minority in another country that's probably less familiar with you and your group than the UK. So you're going to probably be in a different position. The language barrier, you know, all of these things are going to be great factors. So these are the kind of flaws that I think a lot of Passport Bros, when they speak on a general basis, they don't really seem to be having these things to mind. You know, it's just really, oh, the women are cultured and traditional, quote unquote submissive, but that's not all. You know what I mean? That's not the only thing that you need to worry about.
I mean,
yeah, I was going to ask this by, you see, the Passport Bro thing it's a pretty big branch because under the same Passport Bro, they're just guys who are going there for a fun time. They're guys who are going there seriously looking for a wife. And then there are guys who are in between. So for me, I don't know, man. I think over time, these guys will become more realistic. I think right now it's the selling point. Because a lot of these guys that you see on YouTube, I don't think they're as naive as people make them out to be. I think they're just trying to sell the concept. Over time, you're probably going to see more serious conversations in these communities. But on top of that, like, look, if a woman gets called up by a multimillionaire from Dubai or Siberia or anywhere, she's going to go, man. So I don't know why you guys are trying to hold yourself. Look, it is what it is. You live in a globalized world. Your iPhone gets made in 1,000 different places before it arrives to you. So who cares where you go? This is just going to become more and more prevalent as time goes on anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you're pretty much fighting the tide.
I mean, I agree, but no, this is sorry to cut in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you can go. Sorry, no, you can go. Sorry.
Right. For me, this is where I get when people say, "Oh, what's the problem and why are you talking about this?" Because this is where it comes down to, and this is where I said this. A lot of these Passport Bros are so sensitive. Let me tell you something. I've been on a forum that's not on YouTube in which their whole content, these are Passport Bros, SYSPMers, their whole content is just bashing anyone who disagrees. Their whole content ain't about anything other than bashing. And they talk about anyone and anything. They'll talk about Dr. Umar Johnson. They'll talk about how modern black women, they can't get this. If a black woman's being killed by a white man or whatever, they will go hard in the paint. And yet when it comes to this conversation, it's, oh my God. I'm just like, this is what happens.
Yeah, man. That's one of the flaws as well. That one-sidedness, like, exactly. And you can tell there's
insecurity there. If you're winning, there shouldn't be that much of an insecurity there, in which you're only talking about that. And I'm just like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And listen, I'm not saying this is all the same kettle of fish, but a lot of them, that's the selling point. The selling point is the women over here are this, that, and the other. And they use again, it's someone called incel mukbang porn. They use all this content about modern day women, this, and it just fuels the Passport Bros, because that's going to be the logical step. So,
yeah, man. I think there is, like a bone of contention with some of them, but I think, like, again, like, I'm all for them. Like, brothers want to go travel, do what they want. Look, go for it. I think the thing with me, or what I kind of sense, is that when it comes to other people, other groups of people, they're not being challenged in the way that we're kind of challenging. I'm not saying anyone on this chat is challenging the Passport Bro idea, but it's like we have this, we laugh at guys who might say, oh, I want to go overseas and get this and do that. But at the end of the day, man, if it makes that person happy, go for it.
I agree.
Even if it comes from, even if they're, they're probably hurting from some previous issue, go for it. You know, that's just my view. But sorry, Jesse, I think you want to say something.
Yeah, like
JLC wants to be put back on. I think he's in the
Right.
back chat.
like basically, yeah, you know, yeah, he wants to come back in. Yeah, basically, yeah, what I see with the passport bros or whatever, yeah, I don't really see a flaw. It's just certain guys just need to stop capping and just be honest. Like, if you're going overseas to smash, just say so, right? If you're just be honest with your motives. That's why I respect, Philco versus the world, who went to Russia,
Mhm.
right? I respect that because he just keeping it real. He said, look, my situation in America with chicks ain't great. I'm traveling overseas. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's when you
Mhm.
start doing things where you are just lying, you're deceiving people, you are putting things on a pedestal, because sometimes they pedestal these countries, right? Or they pedestalize the women there, when in reality the only reason why they're dealing with you is because you're basically come from a better country. Because if they're dealing with you, that means they're not dealing with the men on that island, right? This is what some people don't seem to clock, right? Is you'll travel overseas for maybe for an average woman, right? She's average at best, right? No quote to Kevin Samuels, right? But like, if you're dealing with an average person, you're traveling overseas, the question you got to ask yourself is, why is she picking me over the people on the island? Why isn't she dating the women on the island instead of picking me? Like,
Okay,
picking
but
me.
can I quickly rebut that quickly, if that's
Yeah,
all
go
right?
ahead.
I just want to ask, okay, so you're saying there's an economic factor or for foreign men, but isn't that the same here? We talk about
100%.
so therefore it's kind of a universal thing that typically women are they are attracted to a wealthy man to some degree.
Right, hypergamy.
Wealthy, right. So if it's the same overseas, and if a foreign man has an advantage overseas, and we all know here
It
you're
is
gonna
what it is.
take a woman through 1 date, 2 dates, 3 dates, and then this and that. Some women are just using you for dates over Tinder, just taking the pee. So it kind of evens out. It's the same thing, right?
Right, but what happens when you bring that woman from there over here?
Uh-oh.
But who's saying that they'll bring them over here? I haven't
That's
heard
what I'm
anyone
saying.
Because
really
it's
say.
cheaper.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
it's cheaper.
Huh?
I mean, it's
Bring them
cheaper.
over here.
No.
Sorry,
Those
I'm just
women in the third world nations are cheaper to buy off than the
Yeah,
women
100%.
that are in your country. That's it.
100%.
The women are the same. Maybe because they grew up in a third world nation, they haven't been in these countries where it's still heavily patriarchal. They haven't been indoctrinated with some level of maybe extreme left wing feminism and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
they might be slightly better in that department, but everything else is the same. They expect you to provide for them in the same way, but maybe instead of having to spend, let's say, over the course of a year, 20,000 on, you could probably get an 8 out of 10 woman, and you only have to spend 5,000 on her over the same
Okay.
over the
But
same time period.
Is
Cheaper.
that keeping her there or bringing her over here? Is that keeping her there?
I would advise these dudes to keep.
Keeping her over there.
I would advise these dudes to keep them.
Yeah, but to be fair, on a lot of these
in her
passport
country.
bros suggesting to stay overseas, right?
Yeah,
They're trying to
100%.
so-called get out of the matrix. So
100%.
it's likely that most passport bros will just stay in a foreign country, right? That's the ideal anyway.
Are they planning on being digital nomads?
Yeah, that's
how
what
are they
a lot
going
of
to
them dream of. So cloud computing, coding, all these kind of jobs that you can do overseas and stuff. That's the dream or ideal for them.
Wow, the West is really competitive, man. It's crazy. Like it basically is just can't get a first team place for Man City, so this Alyssa put me out on loan in for MK Dons or something. That's how it is, isn't it? Let's be real.
The thing is, and it goes back to, because everyone's talking about hypergamy is natural now, and I'm like, we've had a whole space talking about hypergamy, and we've had a whole space talking about female nature and how they hate it and all this kind of other stuff. But yeah, I'm like, this is when people talk about why you talk about this, it's because what you guys say is different it's almost like it's different when it goes over to the non-Western world when it is on the West. If a woman in the West wants a guy who earns more than she does, oh no, you're just a gold digging, fill in the rest. But then when you go into West,
I kind of think that people kind of are accepting the whole idea of coming to terms with the fact that women have this requirement, even if they don't say it up front, right?
Yeah, but Falcon, this is why Kevin Samuels.
Of course, they have no choice.
Because one sec. This is why Kevin Samuels got so popular, because he was telling women, "You're not worth this. You can't have this." Even though you would argue that's a natural woman's instinct to have a man who earns a certain amount of money. It's like a woman will come on this show, she has a PhD. I don't care about your degree. A woman on the show talk about she earns 100K. I want a guy who earns the same amount. Again, hypergamy. Oh no, you don't deserve that. Why do you have a guy who earns? Why do you have a guy like that? It's like, well, hold on. That's why guys were getting upset, because they thought that she was not worth it. Now, whether that's true or not, whatever. But the whole point of it is a woman's natural instinct. It was clowned on. You want too much. No, you can't have that. No, you can't have a traditional setup. No, you can't be wanting to abstain from sex until marriage because you've already had a child. Okay. All these kind of things which you're thinking you want a traditional setup, that wasn't allowed in the modern day world. But in the West, it's like, in the other environments, it's something, oh my God, it's different. No. Yeah, that's fine.
But I think the point with Kevin Samuels, the difference was that the fact that the modern woman was not inclined to do the typical stuff that a traditional woman would do. So clean, keep the home, right? So, and also, I think Kevin Samuels was also trying to point out that, most men, or men who are of means, men who make things for themselves, they're not really attracted to, shouldn't be attracted to what the woman's making, right? So I guess he was trying basically point out the difference of the kind of conundrum that modern women might find themselves.
I think he was trying to show, just to add on what you said, I think he was trying to show the women that just because they deem certain characteristics as high value in a man doesn't mean a man also views those same characteristics as high value. Like a man are far more interested in looks and for.
But here's a catch-22, because when Kevin Samuels talk about qualifying yourself, they were qualifying themselves on a lot of aspects. Now, the looks aspect, can a woman really go in there and say, oh, I'm a 10 out of 10? Because again, Kevin Samuels was like, no, you're not. No, you're not. So how else would a woman qualify herself because any self-esteem person is not going to call herself a 4. No, I don't think most men sometimes have a hard time doing that. So I'm just like, I hear what you're saying, but the way how it was pitched in a way which made the modern day woman wants too much. That was how it was pitched.
Well, she kind of does, don't you think? If she wants the 666, as they say it, and then she also wants the benefits of what the modern woman is. Why would a guy who can move around the world and get the option that, well, he has more, I guess some of you might say, control over, but I mean, when you compare the two, it's kind of like,
well, there's two
I'm trying to play devil's advocate for the passport. I'm a neutral guy. I don't see eye. I'm not a passport bro, but it's like I'm just trying to, trying to deliver what their ideal is in terms of the modern, the Western world versus overseas.
I hear you. The thing is as well, I don't want to get into this too much, because there are conversations I had where a woman saying, oh, I want to have 2 kids, and he'll be trying to force feed her into saying she wants a guy over 6 figures and that's not what she wanted and all this kind of other stuff. But yeah, I agree. I'm not going to say women don't want too much, but again, the market is so much more competitive now, isn't it? It is what it is. So yeah, I'm neutral to, if that's the better market for you, go where you're going to go. But sometimes it's just the lies about. Go ahead.
I have a question to ask you. So are they getting what they are wanting? Like, I feel like that's a part you guys are not, I guess, discussing. Like, are they not getting what they're asking for? I mean, fine, people can want what they want, but I feel like the market
women, you mean?
No, yeah, modern women. I feel like what's gonna happen for most, especially for you guys in the West, there's gonna be like a peak, right? There's gonna be like a time where I guess everyone's gonna realize they need everybody else, especially, I don't know, maybe when like there's a global reset or something. I feel like a lot of this shit is happening because you're in like you're in a good situation as time being, but when situation gets extreme for all of our economies, for most part, those women are gonna act like women in third world countries. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's just gonna break out, and then all the women will stop being of
not necessarily, because the black community in the UK and Western countries, we pretty much are in the third world comparatively, but we get married the least, and our women are the least likely to
Nah,
cooperate
bro,
with
you're
us.
not in the third world. No, bro. You're not in the
Comparatively,
third world.
we're not in the third world, but comparatively, we're the least
You're not in the
economically
middle.
active. But comparatively, we're so far behind, right? If the conditions are that bad, and they are that bad, right? Well, our women should be the most compliant with us, right? Because if that's true, the economic hardship causes women to fall in line. Our women will be the most in line with us, right?
Mm.
Right? Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
No,
that's what
but it's different. No. It's different in their case because even though they are, let's say, slightly lower on the economic totem pole as a race, they still live in proximity to other people that are in higher economic status. Where in
And
other
how
third
does that
world
help
countries,
them?
like everyone is similar to you. That means they
No,
can
because what you've
have
just
both.
described is the modern day South Africa, mate. What you just described is
Dude,
modern day South
look,
Africa, right?
it's different in South because you guys are like what 2 to 5% in the UK. In South Africa, like 80% are blacks. Not to mention the colours are also in a
Yeah,
similar
and
economic
they own
situation. That's another difference.
very little of anything. So I don't. What you've just described, where you say that people are
Okay.
poor and then proximity to people with wealth, you've just described South Africa. No,
Dude, the average black person in South Africa might go a full day without seeing a white person. Is that possible for you
Uh,
in
okay,
the
after this
UK?
discussion, can I ask the panel a question, please? After
Yeah, go on.
No, in fact,
okay,
go on, go on.
this is to women and everyone else. I mean, in defense of the passport bro ideology, do you not see any issue with quote unquote dating in the modern climate, in the modern world? Do you not have any kind of teething pains when it comes to the expectations that are being served up in the modern world? Or do you think it's fine, there's no issue, and the passport bros are just basically delusional?
I think there
See,
is issues in the dating world, right? The reason why I say that is there was a crazy thing where like I've had issues in the dating world. Like I don't really think like I said, like I don't think the passport bros are delusional. Right. Like I said, like I think if you want to go on overseas and travel and do something, yeah, I don't see no problem with that. Like I do admit, like the modern day dating landscape is kind of messed up, right? There's expectations. For example, there was one chick, right, that I dated. This was like a year. It was like before the pandemic, right? And she was talking about, to get me, you gotta buy me a Birkin bag, bruh.
Mm.
Like things like this. It's like expectations of men is at all-time high, right? Due to social media, indoctrination, like social engineering, you know, liberation of certain things, right? And yeah, like I do admit, like it's hard. Like I would even go as far as to say dating these days is harder than it was, say, even maybe 6 or 7 years ago, right? I felt it, right? There's times where I was thinking, like, damn, years ago, I didn't have no problem dating. Now it's a bit more of a struggle, right? And I'm a lot more better version of a person I was then, so on and so forth. And I do see, like, I do understand why people would travel overseas and have a better share, or let's say an easier ride along the way. Well, why wouldn't you? Especially if you're looking for a wife or a potential girlfriend that you could have as a long-term partnership. Because I don't think most of these studies saying how men are sexless and men are alone and so on and so forth. I in certain cases do believe this is the case. I do believe that modern men in Western society, it's a lot more harder to have access to women, a lot more harder to have access to men, not to men, access to
wow.
Not 40 slippers there, Jesse.
no, like hey, no, someone's gonna clip this now. But basically, more access to sex. That's what I was meant to say, right? And yeah, it's more difficult. So I would say, yeah, like it makes sense why passport bros would do it, but it's problematic in the modern day society. Like I could see why things are the way it is, That's all I got to say.
Yeah, listen. I mean, the thing is, it's all about extremes. This is kind of where my conversation, I should have probably said it a bit better, just that balance. There's always extremes, and of course, there's issues in the so-called modern. I hate that word modern because let's be honest, we use microwaves, we use electricity 24/7. This idea of modernness and modern, I really hate that word. But all right, modern, yeah, 100%. There are definitely difficulties because the levels are so much extreme because access, because social media. You know, we talk about 6 degrees of separation. It's probably like 1 degree of separation between you and probably some girl and Drake or something, and she could be 3,000 miles away. Is that crazy? So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I do. It's just again on their side as well. They make it out with their extremities that is the nadir, that is the fountain of youth, that is pretty much. It's just a situation which is so unbelievable. That's the only difference. That's all.
And the body count thing is a real problem for the West. That's the thing that turns me off the most, is that if you don't really find a woman under 25 or less, well, you're looking at some serious mileage. And that sounds misogynistic. I apologize, but like, imagine meeting a woman who's 30 something in the West. Imagine how much.
JLC, to be honest with you, that depends.
Even if she's childless, yeah. Imagine there might be abortions in there. There might be miles and miles of, you know what, that's been through that. I mean, the thought of a Western 30-something-year-old woman meeting up for the first time. Imagine abortions. I can't even imagine, man.
That's a real thing, and I've dealt with many women, and abortions have been a thing. You know, a lot of guilt from abortions, and yeah, it's you know, it's not pretty.
Human papillomavirus and shit like that. Strains 14, 16, 18.
One thing I do want to say though is this. JLC, I'll say this, and this is interesting. I don't know if you guys venture into the women's side, but a lot of women are saying that they're not having sex. I know you're gonna say they're lying.
Yo, that's bullshit, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. You know, we talk about the stats of men not having as much sex. It's gone up. Same with women too. Now, not to the same extent. I agree, but a lot of stats are saying women aren't having as much in the West now. Again, there's so many issues. A lot of women are tapping out the dating market too. Like guys are tapping out. A lot of women are disillusioned. There's a lot of conversations on their side where they're saying whatever reason men want us to do this and that, whether or not you believe it to be true, okay, fine, but they're saying this. They're saying that they're not dating. They're saying that they're going out on dates, but the guys ain't anything. They ain't ish, so nothing goes further.
I'm pretty sure. Look, bro, I mean, yeah, I don't want to parrot what a lot of these RP guys say because I know a lot of them are capping too. But yeah, you have to kind of see what the action is rather than what's being said, because
true.
At the end of the day, man, I'm sure if you're the master of stats. If we had stats to back it up, we can clearly see that women are still doing the work. No matter what they say about men ain't ish. They'll still be riding the men who aren't ish. You know, so now I think the male incel problem is definitely the main thing, but a woman is still getting what she wants. You know, we had those channels about women on Tinder, you know, and the amount of women who are just going out for dates and they're just riding that. You know, like I think like the marketplace is still very open for women for whatever they want.
Yeah, that's because men's lust and the access for men. It naturally more men, and obviously because men are hunters, that's what's going to happen.
But I'm sure women are also going to get women are also going out there to get what they want. It can't just be men. Women also have needs that they're going out there actively in this modern world to attain.
I'm going to say something here, and let me ask you this question. A woman can do that, but what's if a woman who you don't find attractive hits you up? Are you going to still smash?
Well, thirsty men out here, trust me, 100%, they will still smash. Absolutely. With me, it's a bit harder because, like, look, let me just keep it real. Like, my Johnson just can't work if I'm not attracted to the person. So I'm not going to be in that position where I'm like, oh, this doesn't happen. I don't know why. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm more, and because of the caliber that I'm kind of used to, I'm not trying to brag, but I think some elements like working in the gym, you know, you're around fitter people back in the day and different types of people, you know what I mean? But I think for the first year guys, of course, the type of stuff that a lot of these guys are watching online, the anime, the hentai, yeah, man, guys are really thirsty, you know?
I ain't gonna lie, yeah. Me, yeah, I'm a thirsty guy, but like,
go ahead, expose yourself, Jesse. It's all good.
If a chick has certain assets, right? If a chick has certain assets, yeah, and she isn't the most attractive, I'm gonna go there, innit?
So one of the assets white skin.
Huh? What did JLC say? What did JLC say?
I'll let JLC say it again.
What did
I
JLC
said,
say?
is one of the assets white skin? Is that one of the assets?
Nah, bro.
I was-
It's any skin, bro. I don't
Gee,
care.
that
It
just
could be a
might be,
black
you know,
chick,
nice
white
little.
chick, Chinese chick, whatever chick.
So the reason why I said it up
So an albino.
yeah,
Yeah, even an
Hey,
albino if the
they're
assets
thick
are right,
too.
bro.
Oh wow! Right. So sorry. Just another question. The reason why I set it up that way is because it leads to this question. Then, has the issue always been that men are the ones who can't restrict themselves? Because if men are actually sticking to their standards, then would it be less of an issue, or would it be a different dynamic in the dating scene?
That's always the issue, man.
Okay.
But at the same point, I think you have to understand that this is just genetics. Just like you know how people have to come to terms with the existence of hypergamy and that how that is genetically encoded into women as a survival instinct. A man being thirsty is also a survival instinct, if we're being
Yes,
honest.
absolutely.
Genetically, the role of a man is to spread your seed as far and as wide as you possibly can, to cast as wide a net as humanly possible for your dick, so that your genes have the highest possible chance of survival. No, it's true though.
No, just the way you said it. I love how you said it. The accent is perfect.
As far as your dick can reach, that's how many times you should shoot yourself. No, but it's true. And
But here's
for
the thing.
women, it's to be as conservative as humanly possible to try and get the best mate possible,
You
so
know
that their offspring has the possibility of surviving. Because a woman can only give birth so many times before her body breaks down. Even after one or two births, you can see the dramatic change it has on her body. A man can shoot how many sperms per day?
But then, do you think women in this time and age are actually doing that job and picking the right men to lay up with for whatever reason, or are they going for the the guys
Genetically,
who
they
aren't
are.
good, who
You know
aren't
what the
ish,
problem is?
and then they complain afterward?
Falcon, you know what the problem is? The man you claim aren't ish in today's society would have been the perfect markers for success in previous societies, where societies were far more violent, far more predominantly
Oh.
based on physical characteristics, because that would mean your son has the highest chance of becoming a good warrior, someone who can protect his belongings, someone who can protect his family. But in today's day and age, where there's policing, where the state pretty much has monopoly on violence, so therefore you don't need to protect yourself in that way, and the field of competition is much more intellectual. The standards have changed, but the genetics of what women still want has not changed, because you can't. That's not something that changes overnight.
But
Capitalism only existed really, like let's just be honest. The kind of society we live in today pretty much is no more than maximum, if you want to be very lenient, 500 years. We have been evolving for how long?
But here's the thing about this, and Captain Tosin said something on the chat which I wanted to then put up. We talk about our predisposition based on our genes, and I think to myself, but hold on, I'm going to say this: we are not apparently programmed to be sitting on our backsides every day. Yet we've perfected that. It only took a pandemic for us not to want to work. Basically, people want to work from home. People don't want to do this. So I find it interesting when it comes to certain conversations we have. It's DNA, it's biology. We just put it down to DNA. We can spread our seed. Men should have more than multiple wives. Women should be able to just do this because that's what our genetics state. That's what traditionally, that's what we should be. But yet when it comes to other things like the obesity rate, good grief, humans aren't built for being that big. I was watching, ever watched like My 600 Pound Life in TLC? That is an absolute, bro.
Yeah, I seen
It's
that.
fascinating. But yet and still, we've
Devastation.
perfected the art of sitting our backsides at home and eating to our basically much till we dead. So how is it possible that we can adapt to certain environments, but when it comes to apparently certain dispositions, we can't adapt? Do we not have any free will, or are we just slaves to our DNA?
Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the main thing.
Yeah. I think also the same reason why a woman has never been used to having so much control and autonomy over her life until very recently, but she's
But a man
adapted
would
well.
have sex.
because
A man would have sex if
self-interest.
he's homeless, if he could do. You know, we talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. A man would have sex, apparently, and this is what I've heard, and still be homeless. He won't even care where he lives in terms of safety. He won't care. Maybe because he's a man, but I don't know. So I think we do have an option of amending what we say that we.
Yeah, of course. I think these things have a spectrum on how true they are, because nothing is a pure science unless it's mathematics. But nothing is pure science. We're just saying what's the best theory that can best describe this. And I do think, look, for the most part, I think with the changes that we have seen, like you saying, well, we're not used to sitting down and working, we're used to walking around. Yeah, but that's a change that we actually like. To be honest with you, we want to go back and work in the field? No. And the same, that's why I compared it to a woman not being used to having this much autonomy and freedom and control of her life, and autonomy over her life, and even to a certain extent control over society until pretty recently. But they've adapted to it because that's actually a change that they want. But this other stuff, look, but there are also backlashes to that. Look at how humans, ever since we've changed from being people that work moving with our bodies, do hard labor, to sitting down and working. You notice there's a study, like obviously everyone knows this. Human beings in offices are only like productive for like maybe 2-3 hours. At the other times, they're not actually even that productive out of the 8 hours of work.
Yeah,
so that's a sign that human beings aren't adjusted to this type of work. You could take that as a sign that, look, we can't actually handle 8 hours of just sitting down and doing this.
True, but I don't think we could handle necessarily being slaves. But well, I say we couldn't handle it, but I don't think we're made to be slaves in terms of in the fields. But we managed to bear it, I suppose. It's I just see it as a case of we're able to adapt to our environments, and that's
I agree.
I hope the reason why we exist
Yeah,
as
but
human
there's
beings
also a variable of choice in that department. When you're a slave, you have no choice. You just have to do what you have to do. When we're talking about choosing partners or your sexual lifestyle, there's a choice, especially in today's society. That's your choice. So that's where your wants and your hierarchy of needs come more into play. If you're a prisoner, you have no choice but to be in that jail cell. You can't go anywhere. It's not part of your hierarchy of needs, but you just have to do it. Same if you're a slave. I think you can only see where these hierarchy of needs and how people's genetic influences play out when they actually have a fair choice to make.
I have a
Fair
question
enough.
for South African men.
Oh wow.
Yo,
I've got a question. Do you live in London or the UK, or do you live in South Africa?
I live in Joburg, man. I'm still in Joburg right now. Well,
Okay.
Pretoria, but
How's are you single, sir?
yeah. Well,
I was gonna say, you feel free not
kind
to
of,
answer
kind
personal
of.
questions. I'll say that. I know
Nah,
Jesse
it doesn't matter.
but feel free
It
not to
doesn't
answer
matter.
personal questions.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
kind
so
of, kind of.
Okay.
Like I wouldn't say to any woman I'm in a no, I'm not in a relationship.
Okay. On this panel, who here is over the age of 25?
I'm 30.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm single as well, so yeah.
Okay, so we have a guy who's 6'4", light skin. We have a guy who's Falcon, who again is tall and in shape, not good shape. But what's going on? You guys are eligible guys. The women would want you. You're not stupid. Your IQ's over 100 clearly. Like you guys are top. You guys are, statistically speaking, you don't really have many flaws. I'm sure Fiona would snap you guys up like a hungry fish. But my question is, what's going on? Why are you guys not in relationships?
What makes you
Why
think
do
I'm
you-
single?
I could explain my situation.
What makes you think I'm single though?
I know you guys are smashing, but because you don't talk about it, I can't tell if you guys are.
Well, that's the main thing, I guess. When you're kind of out in the public like this, there's some things that I'm not gonna open up to everything. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
that's a
it's a good
valid point, because that's also the point that I put through to all these other people that are trying to give out dating tips and relationship know-how and stuff like that. But there's
Like-
some.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
go on.
No, I'm done.
Oh, you're done. Like me, my situation is it's just that I'm just focusing more on myself. I came out of a pretty bad relationship, right? And basically I'm just focused on myself. Like if something good comes along and we're on a building thing and it's for the long term, I'm all good. Like that's just me though. Like I'm like, if you want to know what I look like I'm on Instagram, same name, right? And you'll see what I look like. I'm 6'4", right? Relatively in good shape, right? And I'm about stuff. I look pretty good. But I
Jesse,
won't
trust me,
say-
you don't need to qualify yourself for we guys. You don't need to qualify yourself first.
No,
It's all
I'm
good.
just
Yeah.
talking about how
We don't need to
obviously
know,
I
man.
look. Hey, bro, allow it, bro.
I best him, bro. I'm just saying.
Bro, I should never have
This
slipped, man.
What's your go Neil
bro,
angle? Is there negative
Yeah.
cancel
this
tilt?
is
What's your
for Fiona to take
filter
note,
to
man.
chin ratio?
Say that again.
What's your filter to chin ratio? I
What
don't
my
worry, that's
what
What the hell
black.
is
filter
that?
ratio?
Oh,
You
it's a
don't worry,
black pill
it's
joke. It's a black pill
black
joke.
pill
Oh, it's
joke.
a
Black
joke.
pill
Oh
joke.
yeah, I get that. I get it. I don't even
Oh,
know, man. I don't even know that, bro. All them black pill thing now, I'm good, bro. I don't need to be dealing with that, bro. That's just too depressing to watch, man. People out here getting too technical and upset over technicalities that doesn't even need to be involved, bro. Do you know what I mean?
yo, you man are straight taking.
Man's talking the Greek terminology about faces and shit, bro. Wait,
Yo,
you
these
know
guys
what
are
I
taking
mean?
L's, man. They're
No,
sending
for
facial
real.
their pictures for another
These
guy to rate it.
man's having graphs and pictographs and percentages.
Bro, listen,
It's
you know
just
those channels,
mad
yeah,
diagrams.
they have a service where men can send in their faces and they get rated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They
bro.
send
Look,
it's
matching
on.
courses.
Yeah, and they pay for it actually. You pay for different levels, and the guy rates
They
your
do.
faces and stuff.
Yep.
Bro, that's straight sus,
Bro.
man. Just go ask the nearest woman how she rates you. Ask her honestly.
Hey, I'm actually gonna do one. You know, I'm
That's
actually
not
gonna
related
do
to
one.
you. That's not
It's been
related
an
to you at all,
idea.
friends.
It's been an idea for a stream in the future. I'm actually gonna do one. I'm actually gonna take that service and I'm gonna present it. It's crazy.
That would be
Okay.
interesting to
No,
see.
but on a serious note, when it comes to me, look, I'm going to be turning 24 within a few months. No, by next year.
You're
But
23.
I'm about, yeah, I'm going to be entering my PhD at the same time as well. So I don't really need to get married. I take relationships now as, look, I'm dating her temporarily. I don't really I personally don't even want any of my relationships to go past 1 year. And on top of that, look, if you guys know any Ethiopian parents, these guys don't want you to marry out at all. They want me to marry an Ethiopian woman. My mom has told me quite like literally that if I ever marry a woman that's not Ethiopian and also part of a Protestant Christian, she won't even attend my wedding. So I just look at relationships in South Africa now as, I'm just feeling I'm just doing what I need to do, so that when I get married, I don't have any more temptations.
Well, big ups to the PhD, bro. I mean, honestly, big ups to the PhD, and hope it all goes well. And I will say this though,
Oh, thank you.
marriage won't necessarily stop temptation. A lot of, so a lot of married people do cheat. So, but you seem like a good guy who got a head on his shoulder. So, you know what I mean? Definitely, if that's what you want to do, you want to pursue that, I ain't gonna stop you and tell you to mess up yourself by whoring yourself out there. Because a lot of guys when they do that,
No,
they
but
don't feel a lot of
look,
things.
when you come from a very cultural background where you have these pressures, like you have to at some point just try and release it all at once.
Sure.
And then once you enter that point where, okay, like by the time I'm 30, I'm probably going to have to at least like try and get married, like look for a woman that I can get married to. So until then, like I have to at least try and, shoot the load and get rid of all the temptations now so that I can at least be serious by the time I get there.
Damn,
No, I hear you.
load.
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Don't catch HIV, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Look, those are mostly the drug dealers, man. Those are mostly the junkies and stuff like that.
Fair enough. One thing I wanted to go back to JLC's point, and in regards to a lot of why the dating scene is very jacked up as well, in answer to your question as to why a lot of men are where they are, and this is just a general what I've noticed, and why passport bros it seems to be a solution, and it's because, and I'm going to use the manosphere as an example. In my opinion, the manosphere has been going for a long time, and I think they've exasperated the separation between the genders, in which young boys have been in the space since 14, and they're using it as I don't know what it is, but it's obviously an escapism, but they're taking it to heart, and they're following stupid dating coaches who tell you to do this, telling them that a woman at 14 has 120 bodies and all this kind of other stuff. And then likewise, the women are also following the opposite end, the women content creators who are telling all that kinds of stupidness at a 14-year-old girl. So they've been brought up on this stupid red pill stuff, which, let's be honest, have been old, disgruntled, bitter men and bitter women. And I think a lot of that
Divorce,
has
man.
to take some responsibility for the effed up dating relationship situation that we see post 10 years on. I don't know any stats to try and correlate this, but when you see the numbers and when you see some of the content creators and their demographics, I feel sorry for the youth. I think a lot of content creators need to have some accountability for for all the crap that happens, telling
Yeah.
don't message a woman until 7 days, don't do this. If she messes up,
Okay.
tell her to lick her ass. And then the same content creator a year later would switch up his content, but you've messed
I
up.
got
the
a
whole
little
generation
pushback to
of
that.
youth. Go ahead.
A little pushback. Okay, if we've agreed that in the the Western world there are some issues, some problems with regards to dating, building families and stuff like that, people have questioned why eligible bachelors such as ourselves, why would we be single? If we can identify that there is a problem with dating here, there are a lot of single people in whatever ethnicity, communities, etc., then why is it that the RP guys are deemed as kind of bitter or kind of hurt guys? Can't we see that they are also trying to find a solution? They are also people who've probably come out on the wrong side of family courts or whatever, even just a breakup or rejection. Like,
I used to
for
think
me,
that,
I see the RP, all these other people, even if I don't agree with them or see eye to eye with them, everyone is just simply trying to find a solution to whatever problem they might have. That's why I don't have any umbrage against any particular group.
But bro, just to push back on that, because I used to agree with that, but surely you've noticed this, and I don't know whether anyone's kind of spiritual on this panel, but there's a spirit that sort of exudes from these red pill content creators in which they only, and I mean this, they only will focus on all the negativities. They only do that. I mean, I've heard famous content creators who have said, listen, bro, we've had this content now. Let's focus on some, like self-improvement. Let's focus on this. Nope. The money is talking bad about women. The money is getting women to call up to drag them. The money is the whole Fresh and Fit after hours. The money is we need drama. We need these guys, these young, impressionable young men to see the horrible nature by provoking women. Let's be honest. This is a provocation space. This is not a red pill space. So I agree. I used to agree with that yes, it's talk about the ills, but it's never done. It's always a provocation. It's always, you look at the title, you look at the thumbnails, you look at the conversation. It's not intellectual, bro. At this stage, it's all provocation. That's what.
But I think, for example, sorry, I think someone jumped in. I just want to say this, like someone like, I don't want to say any names, but there've been a lot of accusations that a lot of these hardcore RP guys, dating coaches, they've done a 180. They've turned into like relationship gurus, or they've been softer with their approach. And I think that evolution is also a sign of the fact that these guys who might have been in certain situations and problems or come out of certain problems, they are also being more down to earth, being more finding a solution for themselves.
Are they the channels that have died slow death, or are they the channels that people are actually like, they're the channels that people go on to?
Should we name names? Are you okay with that?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
like Donovan Sharp, for example, he's changed his whole thing to how to relationship, and he's also included his partner, whoever that is, wife, to be in the fray. So now he's kind of like directing guys rather than to womanese and all this crazy stuff. He's now trying to direct guys into nurturing relationships.
He's still doing the same content.
Then we've got AMS, who he was the sleaze bag, dumped them by the side road and all of that nonsense. And now he's talking about, well, if she's a single mother, it doesn't matter. He's being more reasonable. So I think this is a sign of evolution. Even though a lot of the audience actually are the ones that disagree with those people, because it's like, you've changed, you've changed your values, you've changed your system. So it seems like the audience is really driving. The audience really wants to live through these content creators. When some of the content creators who are not, obviously, yes, it is a money space. Like I said in the chat, I will definitely make some videos to keep my channel kind of afloat and kind of relevant and keep people clicking, but some people are also, this field is also expressing you need to also use personal experiences. So I think with that experience comes also the evolution from someone who came in like 2016, like AMS. You can see the change in his character and his overall message.
Just a quick thing. Why
he now claims that it's okay to marry. He now claims that it's okay to marry single mothers.
No, I think his general approach is that.
Wait, who said that?
It doesn't matter if she's a single mother. It's
AMS,
like,
the bold, bulky dude.
Yeah, he's
the Southern
saying,
accent
because
guy.
of his. He's basically saying, well, because of his age, it's one thing you have to deal with. He's basically, rather than to kick them by the side road or whatever he used to say, he's now trying to find a way to, to find a solution to make it work. So there's a lot of change.
I actually agree with you. Wim, I actually agree with Falcon. I think you're blaming it on the content creators. While look, I think these guys are just falling prey to audience capture. They're
It's
just
worse,
reacting
bro.
to what
This is
the
worse.
audience want.
This is worse.
No, bro.
I
Trust
tell you
me.
why.
Do-
One sec. 2 minutes. One sec. Integrity is the word I'm looking for now. Integrity.
Mhm.
Now, there's a difference between evolving and flip flopping or changing because you sense the market is sort of changing or something's going on with his money. Integrity. If you're claiming to be a life coach, a red pill coach, you have to, and I mean this, you have to evidently state your evolutionary steps that got you from, because red pillars never date single mothers. That's a red pill Bible commandment, bro.
Mhm.
This ain't no anything. This is a red pill commandment. Thou shalt not date single mothers. Now, you cannot be one of the top dogs of the red pill now say, oh, it's okay. You have to. If there's an amendment to the Constitution, you have to have at least again, I could be wrong because I don't follow him, but you have to be able to document and say, why is this the case? And really put it on the line. So, because let's be honest, you cannot just go to the whims of the audience for certain things where you are ruining people's lives, in my humble opinion. There's certain things that
But
I just
then-
give my opinions. I'm not a dating coach channel, bro. I don't do that stuff. But it's like, I'm just offering my little 2 pence opinions. But when you're trying to give people advice, I'm sorry, bro. That's, no, man.
But at the end of the day, there's a market. There's clearly a market of very frustrated young men out there, or men in general. And you have to understand, particularly in the black manosphere, there's a lot of probably anger towards mothers in a way. I think there may be a lot of guys who have issues with their mum for various reasons, and may not have been treated well by black women in the dating scene, maybe unselect, combined with
Yes, you're
issues
coming
they
in
may
that a
have.
bit, bro.
Right. I'm trying to say that there could be issues that they have with their mothers, combined with poor treatment by females. So you're going to have a very negative, angry base of people who probably have issues with women who are black, or have animosity and anger towards women who are black. And I think that's part of the reason why you see this big gender divide, particularly from black women towards black women or towards black men, because the dads aren't there. And you have some issues there.
I think Tolson in the chat brings up a great point. He says, "Does the audience not have any blame?" And I
Exactly.
think they do, because they are following these. I was a guy trying to showcase my life and self-improvement and to kind of give what I think is really most important, especially to younger guys. But that stuff wasn't hitting. But if I made a video about, I don't know, something stupid like, oh, how do Italian women treat black men, that's the video that's going to be hit, and all that's the video that's going to have the most interaction. So the audience, we have to call it. The audience aren't victims here. The audience are willingly choosing the type of video that they want to watch.
No, the perpetrators, man. Be honest.
Yeah,
they're perpetrators.
at this point, they are also now dissing guys who want to have a change of heart, who don't want to be so extreme, who want to entertain relationships, and they're saying, no, you've changed. Like, you're not right. So the audience are really the bloodline in this whole space.
So here's what I'm going to say.
By the way, Falcon, just a side note. The first time I remember I ever saw your channel was the one you did on Ethiopian women, bro. The comments on that video are wild.
That's sad.
I think it just came on my recommendation. No, it just came on my recommendation, and I remember.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this though, and this is where I'm getting to it. It's about the integrity of the argument. For example, Falcon, I use an example. Your message has evolved, but you've mentioned your evolution. And correct me if I'm wrong now, I don't know whether you've ever had 180 on something as big as that where you've not explained it fully or something like that. And even though your content may cater towards what the audience wants to a certain degree, it's almost like if you're a car channel, you do maybe, I don't know, make up a brand, BMW cars, but you may not focus on Ford cars. But it's not a case. But for me, if an audience stops you from keeping your integrity about what you believe in, that's my problem. I'm not saying
Who
you can't talk
cares,
about
man? This isn't religion.
But at the end of the day, like you rightly said, this is
what
a
I'm saying,
money-making machine now. This
why-
is a money-making machine. So it's like, oh, okay, if a video that's going to be as simple as a guy just talking about his experiences with women is going to get like a few thousand views versus a video where it's been heavily edited with lots of footage, with lots of like tutorials, then I really don't blame the content creator for going that direction of appeasing his audience.
All right, then. So let me ask you this.
Wait, when.
One
Do you want
second,
me to make this clear?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just someone said this is not a religion. In fact, that's even wrong. How many times has religion been changed over the course of years, over the course of generations? if religions can change their ideology and their core tenets over generations in order to
Except for Islam.
sustain an audience,
except for Islam, yeah.
in order to sustain an audience, how much more these new day philosophies on dating and so on? They're trying to get money, man. I don't know why you expect authenticity from internet
That was my
movements.
point,
So
man.
then, okay, so
That was
here's
my
what I'm
point.
saying then.
You have
I'm
too high
agreeing
a
with you.
standard.
I'm agreeing with you. Why would you expect?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Wim, why do you expect more behavior from dating coach gurus?
So here's, I hear you, but I'm gonna flip this in reverse then, or I'll use this as an example. Then I don't want to hear no person talk about drill artists, hip hop artists ever about what music they produce and the impact it has on the community, because they're only providing a service that the people want to hear. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's
Okay.
capitalism.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, you're right, Wim. I mean, but this is hardly a moral kind of world. You know, everyone's just doing what it takes to get by, you know?
And that's why I'm saying, when it comes to the conversation about music stars and rappers and how we have role models and they shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't have that conversation. If
I know, I agree. It's ridiculous. You got guys out here who are saying, oh, you know, they only want Tyrone and you know, but they're coming out with the Tyrone persona. You know what I mean? I know it's ridiculous, but at the end of the day, this is also what people are kind of actively choosing to view and interact with. You know, I mean, me personally, yes, I have level of morality, like a level of integrity that I'm not gonna go some dating cult route. You know, I'm not gonna go talk about hypergamy and how to get these girls. You know, I'm gonna speak about things that might be relevant to, you know, my angle now is Black British men in particular. But I'm not gonna do that just because that's just not me, and I'm a small channel, right? I'm not making money like that. So it's like, for me, it's easier, but for these guys with 100,000 subscribers, and this is like big bank, like 3, 4, 5K a month, they're gonna sadly go down that route, man. Especially if the audience is clamoring on to that type of information.
I just want to say,
You guys
quickly,
know
South
that
Africa has a population of 60 million, of which 7.7 million are HIV positive. So
I'm
people
not
who
South
said
African.
HIV's everywhere. Yeah, everywhere in South Africa.
Bro,
Okay, so that's
please,
just to
man.
correct
Please
it.
stop insulting
JLC,
my adopted country, man.
I know, JLC,
We
man.
know.
You in South Africa. We need to do a stream on South Africa, man. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something on South Africa, bro. It's a separate stream.
Why are you trying to bury us, man?
But yeah, here's the thing. I hear everything what you're saying, and the thing is, I come to that realization ages ago. But the problem is, and this is what I mean by impressionable people, and I know we don't care, and this is why it is what it is. But it's just, for me, it just serves a couple of things, really. Just how once monetization comes into a space, forget morals, forget ethics, forget code, forget anything. And then once the audience decides what the audience decides, but that is just, I could go on that all day, to be honest with you. But
Look, Wim, you know the concept of audience capture, right?
Yep.
Who is the passive participant in that audience capture?
Mm-hmm.
Demographics, you mean?
And who's the no? Who's the active participant and who's the passive participant in that dynamic?
I don't know about that. Obviously, I don't know. I mean,
it's the creator. The creator is the passive participant in that activity, because he's just looking at where people are going, and he's just going along with the flow. It's the audience that is actively guiding him in that direction, and they can see this through the comment section, through which video does well. Like Falcon said, you know, he was doing other videos, and then all of a sudden he did these videos. How do X women react to this type of guy? And I'm going to be honest with you, if it wasn't for that video, I wouldn't even know what Falcon's channel was, because I saw his channel once. Of course, I didn't know who he was until recently, but I remember now that the first time I saw his channel, when I went back and looked at that video, was that video, because it did well amongst a certain audience, to the point where it even got recommended on my feed. You see what I mean? Before that, I would have never even seen his channel.
But Wim,
obviously,
surely you have
the fact that I'm Ethiopian, and he also did a one on Ethiopian women, so technically it makes that's also a bonus. But that makes sense.
Wim, Wim, as a content creator, I'm sure you also have this kind of understanding that I remember you made your biggest video was was it Fresh and Fit? It was Fresh and Fit related, wasn't it? Where
Correct.
you got a great amount of views. So you also understand that, you know, sometimes you're gonna have to play a certain game to get certain traction.
And
And for me,
Yep,
I think that's a good thing. I mean, you're playing the game. There's no good being just doing. If I was just sitting here doing self-improvement videos of me training and stuff like that, and it's getting like 70 views, and I've put like 5 hours into editing it, like, no, I'm not. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop doing that because it doesn't make any sense. I'm wasting my time. People are not entertained or engaged. So we're gonna have to operate in a way that is a bit more, you know, a bit more lucrative.
Well, I'll say this. I hear what you're saying, and funny enough, that was one of the reasons why I looked at my channel, well, that video, what was the highest rated. If you realize, I don't think I've ever done content really after that, talking in this, reacting to any sort of red pill videos or anything like that at all. I don't think I've ever done a video since then. I think there may be one related to the Fresh and Fit, but I've not done any videos of that. And the reason why, this is just for me as a smaller content creator, because I got a huge surge. You are right, huge surge. And it's because the people who were now existing on my channel were not reflective of what I wanted. And now I could have easily racked up the views. But you know what I said to myself? I'm going to be honest with you. I do not want this gender war on my channel. I don't want guys who will talk about black women like this or black women talk about black men. I don't want that. And I know that channel, it cleaned a lot of it. Even though they may have hated Fresh and Fit, they still were on that trope of the whole red pill, we hate, they say they don't hate women, but whatever. And I said to myself, no. So I've refused to do that kind of content. There was even one video I did which went against my own internal ethics, and I took it down. I thought, I said I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to do it. So maybe that's just me in that sense. But
but
also, also on the bright side though, you've brought in people, who might have that angle of, oh, I hate this, I hate that, and that, you know, bitterness and all of that. But for your style of video, you now have an audience who might change their mind because of your impact, because of the videos you make. You might make people who had this extreme viewpoint more reasonable. So there's also the angle of attracting, you know, trying to make a video to attract a certain audience, but then you're also converting in a way people who had extreme views. So at the end of the day, your placement on YouTube is also very important. Like my placement on YouTube is also very important because we are guys with more balanced views, more down to earth, more realistic. We're not extreme. You know, we're not talking all this crap about women. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes you might have to play, you know, with the devil, so to speak. You might have to at a few people to get a few things. You know, I think that's just the game.
As long as, for me, again, this is how I see it. As long as it's what my content is in line with how I believe, then fine. So even when it comes to the Fresh and Fit video, in that example, it was still the video, what I was talking about, I still believe to this day. The only thing I stay away from is if it was talking about single mothers are the worst thing in the world, or things like that, or things which is just like modern day women are this and feminism is causing destruction of society. Bro, I can't, because that's kind of the next sort of stage with those type of videos. I can't do it. So like Abram Preach or Kobe example of I think a balanced duo, if I'll be honest, which have got the right balance, I think, in certain aspects. But a lot of times it's just, bro, most of the space, it can't be balanced because of, as you said, Falcon, they've seen the views and they've seen the money, they've seen everything, and forget about it. Sorry, South African Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Wim, I just wanted to say, look, this is coming from a guy who got banned from Donovan, what's his name? Donovan Sharp's, one of his live streams, where I just asked him some like basic questions. In fact, he was doing one today. I just asked him basic questions and he couldn't answer it. So he just banned me completely. So clearly I'm not sympathetic to a lot of the messages that these guys have. Not at all. But we also have to admit that this is, if you take these guys out, the idea and the ideology is not going anywhere, because this is something that was led by the audience. It wasn't led by the creators. Look, this is something that has happened. I think this is more of a discussion to have about the general effect that social media has in propagating ideologies and ideas and having a debate on social media, because this is something that happens not just in the gender war stuff, but across many other topics. If you want to take a closer look, just look at political channels that discuss politics. How long does it take for them to go under audience capture? and become extremely either right wing or left wing, or just completely change their ideology from when they started. A good example of that would be, since you guys are British, I'm going to use a British example. Russell Brand, you guys all know him. He does politics now on YouTube. Bro, just look at his ideology when he first started and a year later now. That is not the same person. Clearly, he underwent audience capture, and it's not even something that I don't think most people can be conscious of it. It's just you keep interacting with a certain group of people, they give you positive feedback. Obviously, your ego plays into it. And if you don't have like outside influence, or if you're not a perceptive human being, you're going to fall for it. Like, this guy is a full-blown conspiracy nut these days. Like, COVID is fake, blah, 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 all this stuff. When he first started off, he was relatively left-wing, you would say. So, look, man, it's different. I think this is something that takes place on social media, because social media is a popularity contest, and it's also a try to get clicks. So nuance doesn't get clicks. Nuance is something that is put on Google Scholar, and most people don't view it. If you want clicks,
go ahead.
Yeah, if you want clicks, you not only need to cultivate a fan base, but you also need to cultivate haters that are going to hate watch you and automatically create content for you. That's why, the manosphere and the Cynthia G's and all these type, bro, they might not want to admit this, but they are married to one another. One cannot succeed without the other.
She's very pretty, by the way, Cynthia G. She's a fine sister.
Really?
I find her very attractive.
I don't get the appeal.
I find her very attractive, and I like her fire. She's quite fiery personality. I mean, I do have an attraction.
I need to see her without the wig, though. I need to see what she's hiding with that overextended wig that's covering like half her forehead, man. But she is hot.
I mean, listen, I hear exactly what you're saying at all. And for me, if this was somebody who's, let's say, a teenager or someone on the age of 25, I can kind of agree. But there's certain things where this is me. This is why I was going to do a live stream, and why I have a lack of respect for a lot of older black men and older black women at all, especially if they parade in these spaces. Because when you come to a certain age, I don't know if it's just me or my older self, but there's certain things I'm like, I can't engage in this activity. I mean, I'm seeing older men who have PhDs. They're meant to be lawyers. They're supposed to be real estate agents, accountants, and they're engaging in the same debauchery as somebody who they would say is a Tyrone. And I'm thinking to myself, now I know you could say it's just an entertainment game, but do you see the image that portrays? We always talk about image, and we always talk about this, and yet people just seem to just like gloss off certain things when it comes to certain situations, but then hold everything else in such a high esteem when it comes to other situations. I'm thinking, isn't it all part of image? We use social media as a barometer of saying this is the state of us as people. We use social media when it comes to this is what we're doing. So yeah, and still when it comes to certain social media, don't worry about that. But other social media, that's the gospel. I don't know. It's all just horses for courses, as they say, right?
When you want the honest truth,
go ahead, bro.
Every ideology has hypocrisy wrapped around it. Like, the foundation of every ideology is some level of hypocrisy. So when you say these red pill dudes talking about Tyrone this, Tyrone that, and then they go and do the same behavior when they're in a position of power, that's because they envy Tyrone, man. They might never want to admit it. A lot of these dudes would sell their left nuts if they could have the Tyrone experience back when they were kids. Are we lying? This anti-Tyrone movement, like, what is the Tyrone stereotype? That he runs through women. Yeah, don't they want to run through women? Be honest with you. Why are they going to poorer countries?
They hate Jeremy Meeks so much, man.
Who's that? Yeah, I don't know who that is.
You know, the criminal, the light-skinned guy. He got mixed race guy with the blue eyes. And
the one with the mugshot. Yeah, they hate him, but let's be honest. They would sell their left and right testicle to be him. So every
good-looking dude,
is no doubt some level of hypocrisy, man.
So yeah, my thing is the audience. Yeah, no homo, but the audience is driving this, man. The audience is the audience can't be a victim at this point. The audience, I always try to give pushback to certain talking points and dogma. It's the audience that will clap back. You know, I try to give a balanced view with regards to family, because I think, especially us Black British, we're in a different position than our American counterparts, you know. But you know, I find that a lot of British people are so absorbed in this, you know, in this RP way of living, they can't hear it. They're either just gonna hear simp or, you know, oh, you're blue, all these pills. Like the audience are the ones that are very much ingrained in this system of thinking.
But that's because we've been, is like a self-fulfilling prophecy here, in which you're saying the audience are the reason why it happened, but yet content creators had to birth these philosophies. Content creators had to embed these things in. So it's a case of a self-fulfilling prophecy here. They believe the things that you're putting out, but you're telling me it's the audience. But the audience is saying, well, the content creator is saying this, and I'm you know, I can't go against Fresh and Fit. I can't go against Kevin Samuels. I can't go against, you know, according to Kevin Samuels, according to him, he said this, and according to that, he said that. This is what I hear when I hear people on the panels. According to him, he said this. It's like, I'm sorry, is it your dad?
At the end of the day, bro, I think at the end of the day, even though you use the term impressionable people, if they are adults and they are, you know, they are supposed to be able to think independently, then at the end of the day, even that will be their fault. Because a content creator is just another dude or woman behind the screen. Like, you know what I mean? They don't have anything to showcase that they have a superior intellect or a system of doing things. People are talking about relationships. They're not even in relationships. People are talking about passport bros, but they're here in the UK, you know, just speaking about the ideology. But if subscribers choose to follow these people, then that's on the subscriber, man. If they are of age, and you know, so at the end of the day, the subscribers still have a great deal of power in pushing these movements. You know, when they click on videos, they view videos, they thumbs up, and they donate and super chat and all of that. The audience is funding this guy's ideology.
Andrew Tate, he had haters and he had lovers. He blew up nicely, but now he's banned, obviously, on Instagram and the other one, Facebook, and Twitter. But he's a good example of a guy who had a massive audience. He tapped into it so well, that RP traditionalist movement, passport bros, and he had tremendous hate. I mean, LBC were talking about him. Feminists hated his ass, and he had mad attention, and now he's gone. But
and the thing about him is that he wasn't even saying anything revolutionary. He was saying the same thing that they were saying back in 2016. Oh, you know, hypergamy, be the best person that you can be. Oh, she's gonna want this. She's gonna, you know.
Falcon, but you know the difference between him and the people that were saying that. The other people that were saying that and him is the fact that he actually looks like he can get laid. That's the
that helps. That helps.
He actually has the sex appeal to back what he's saying. I think that's one of the main reasons why he got so popular. And also, look, if this was, let's say, the guy that Wim showed earlier on, like even if it was us, like we're mostly average to above average looking type of people, it wouldn't get the same appeal as someone who actually has a successful life. He's pretty tall, I think. He was in the light heavyweight or something division, so he's pretty tall. And look, when he says it gets extra appeal because, look, the average woman cannot just dismiss him as an insult, because that is the dismissal for a lot of these red pill dudes, that they insult. He's wealthy, he has money, and he puts his life out there. So it's like who was the man? I forgot his name. The guy who used to own the Playboy mansion, the Playboy.
Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner. It's like, yeah, he's like the modern day Hugh Hefner, or he tries to replicate his life as that type of figure. So it makes sense.
That guy Roosh, he backtracked massively.
Yeah, and unlike Dan Bilzerian, they can never say he was a trust fund baby. That's one thing they can't say about Andrew Tate. So even though he says a lot of the things that are just 2016 red pill rage type content, he gets more attention for it because he also outrages a lot of women. Like, he can trigger a woman by saying these things far more than some guy she has no sexual appeal to.
Yeah, I agree.
I love that phrase.
And that's why, someone said, Jesse said in the chat, messenger matters. And that's definitely for a, what's the word, mainstream appeal. For underground appeal and stuff like that, then yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have to show your face.
No,
you can, all these guys going their own way, a lot of them were just
exactly
avatar.
And Jessica X said it too.
Not even a human
Jessica
picture.
X said it too, man. Falcon, Jessica X, just under that same comment, said that's why Kevin Samuels blew up. Exactly. because he actually looks like he can get laid. He looks like the average guy that a black woman in her 30s or 40s would want to be with, or at least he presented himself that way. Come on, man. If the guy that Wim showed earlier on as a passport bro went and tried to do the Kevin Samuels show, there'd be like two guys watching, and that would be it. Him and his mother. That's it.
Well, actually, to be fair, I hate to make judgments, but a lot of these passport bro content creators, they look and they sound like, how can I say it? Come on. I mean, they are a little bit on the dweeby side, to be fair.
Aesthetically challenged. I have a nice phrase for them. Aesthetically challenged.
I won't even say
dweebies
that.
Not
They're
about
just
facial. It's about their mannerisms, about how they are, the awkward maybe.
Exactly,
I think you talk about that kind of stuff.
exactly.
Dweebs.
So it's like they are also, a lot of guys who might be in that position are also rallying under that and live in the same kind of, have the same mentality or the same problems.
Yeah, but listen, they gotta have outlets, man. We don't need
absolutely
someone going Dylan Roof up in this bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's no, it's not funny.
That's real cool.
The thing is, though, this is why again, and the content, what the content they're watching, and I'm like, people just poo-pooing this content. I'm like, gosh, if this was another content, we would be going a lot more harder in the paint about.
Wim, okay, what can you do about it? What can you do about it?
You know what? I had an idea, but it ain't gonna really fly like that. But there needs to be some sort of
Wim also take into account. Wim also take into account. YouTube is a private company. They profit from all of this interactions that they get, no matter how toxic it gets. The only obligation they have.
Clean up some things, though. They are trying to clean up some of the rhetoric, which is why
Wim. Trust me, they want to look like they're trying to clean up the space because they're trying to attract corporations to still keep paying them for advertising. But every time there's an incel attack or so on, they go for 1 month, they ban all these channels or they demonetize them. But eventually, other channels prop up. They understand the game, man. You have to act like you're trying to think of YouTube like a corrupt government. They want to look like they're doing something, and just so they can calm down the tensions from the people that are giving them money, advertisers. But at the end of the day, they understand that this is a massive part of their interaction. Toxicity, man. They need it, especially, unfortunately, in the black community.
And you know what kills me? I'm going to leave off on this note then before we shut down the stream. Big up to everyone in the chat. I appreciate each and every one of you. We've been going for 4 hours now, people. So
that guy's simping, boy. Mr. Pellu's simping hard. Jessica X, be careful, man. Use a VPN. He might stalk your ass.
Gosh, good. Let the man compliment in peace. I don't know, simping a compliment. I don't know these days, man. These days, but yeah. In regards to that, sometimes with the controversy, it leads to me with an IQ problem. Is that an IQ thing there? But yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
What did you say? What did you say? What's an IQ thing?
Is that confirmation of an IQ issue we have there? Because like I keep saying, bro, we have guys who are meant to be lawyers and accountants and still engaging in gossiping the tea. And how the hell? There's some streams I catch. I'm like, bro, if I speak, we'll go here for another 2 hours. I'm telling you. But yeah, it's like, I'll say this: the educated men want to act just like, as you said, South African Tether, stereotypical Tyrone with some of the stuff that they're engaging in. It's almost like a woman. The woman will say, I've got all these kids, I've got this, and then you'll ask her, yeah, but I got a PhD. Well, yeah, but you're still doing stupid shit. I mean, what does education have to do with you making a dumb decision? Same with these black guys. You talk about this, I'm like, you're making these dumb decisions. That's IQ for me. Not all this education, the decision that you made at the time.
Just to add on, another channel that went under this audience capture. Who's the something attorney guy? You know the black attorney guy, right? That black attorney dude with a channel.
A couple of them.
Yeah, there's this black attorney.
Okay, yeah, I know.
The guy who constantly back when Kevin Samuels was around, he used to constantly do use his clips and so on. That's another guy who went under audience capture heavy. Because when he first started out, I remember his channel. He wasn't doing this. He wasn't heavy into divorce court law and all that stuff. He was just doing regular lawyer stuff until he once did one segment on Kevin Samuels, and his channel blew up. And he was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to do this from now on. And now he's knee deep into the whole gender war stuff. So that's another case. So look, the audience is pushing this, whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but as
I
a
agree
content
with that.
creator, I'll say this: you have a choice to make. Again, life is all about choices, isn't it? And then I'm going to say this: the choice that you make and the direction that you travel, that's where, for me, where judgments gets cast, whether you like it or not. And this is why I say fine. But then again, this is why I'll say this: if you're going to use that logic, then music, record producers, let's not be chatting about these white or Jews who run the scene, who exploit black people when the audience likes to be exploited. That's what now my focus. Now I know this conversation. My focus about all this issue is not NOT, not going to be on the drill artists, not going to be on the movie, the people who do Top Boy or Blue Story. I don't care about that. It's going to be about the people and only the people. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You know who's a grafter? I think that King, I'm not going to say his name, but there's one British black YouTuber who never comes on these live streams. I think he's grifting for finances hard. I'm not going to say his name, but I can tell this guy.
Write it in the private chat.
Yeah, I'll write it in a private chat, man. I think this guy's he's upping his output to match the economic uncertainty of these.
Bro, JLC, I'm curious. JLC, did you go by the name Space Boy Cowboy, TGC or something like that?
No.
Because that guy I banned because he was like he was trolling me a few years ago. So I was just curious when I heard that name come up.
What type of things did he troll with?
I don't know, calling me a coon and stuff like that, and you know, things of similar nature.
I don't know who this guy is.
Oh, okay.
Nah.
Okay.
All right, cool. All right. So yeah, thank you for everyone. Thank you. Appreciate everyone for joining on the stream. Jesse, South African Tether, JLC, Falcon, as always, and obviously Masanda, who's disappeared from the stream. I don't know where you went, bro. Big ups to everyone in the chat. Please make sure you like, share the stream, subscribe if you want.
By the way, Wim,
yeah, go ahead.
I just came to say, someone sent me to say you should sometimes collab. The owner of some channel, I think Falcon knows him, Kazorian Empire, says he would like to do a collab with you because he's also like he considers himself a black person. I think he's staying in Kenya now. That's where Musanda and I actually met.
Funny enough,
yeah, but that channel might be a bit too dusty for you, man.
Recently, I've come across that channel. Yeah, recently I've come across that channel, and we'll think about it. I'll have a think about it just because.
Yeah, you need knives in that channel, man.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's
like,
unhinged.
Do you know, after I had my first surge of subscribers and I realized the people in the chat and what was being said, I was like, oh, do you know what? I don't want to be that guy. I just didn't want to be that guy. So, yeah, I'm really.
It sounds like it's not your type, to be honest with you.
Well, again, no shade.
Now that I know your morals and so on.
I don't know if I'm.
No, he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
people clown him about that all the time. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I know. Fair enough.
But bro, Wim, on a serious note, man, we need you at 1,000 subs because we need you to be, monetized. It's good, man. It's not. I know the whole monetization thing. People think, I know when I first said to you, put your cash up in the thing, you were kind of like, it kind of gives off a certain message. I understand, but at the end of the day, man, first of all, you are delivering a service. These are topics that people want to discuss and talk about, and you are putting your time into this. So it's only fair that you get monetized in some way in return. You know what I mean? So for me personally, with the whole integrity thing, even if you have to do a response video to some big YouTuber that goes against your grain and you kind of turn it into a message that is natural from you, I won't ever say, you're flopping, you're going against your word, because you're just playing the game. And you're getting up there, and at the end of the day, you're helping your own audience.
No.
Speak about the things that are relevant.
Yeah. No, sorry, just to clarify, that is the kind of thing I don't mind doing. I think. Let me just clarify what I'm saying is, when some people say they've evolved, I think they've not evolved. They've just changed because of, again, audience, and they've realized like, for example, Passport Bros is now a new thing. So a lot of the dating coaches are scampering. That's another thing. It's like, what I mean when I say that, I think a lot of people who have steadfastly said sleazeball gang, steadfastly say effort, digger, guts out, I've now said something different. That, for me, that's where I'm talking about. Or if it's something you never believed in, you're talking about. So I agree, Falcon. I probably will do more of that, responding to something, but have my natural, what I believe about it, a balanced view or whatever view it is. If it's not balanced or whatever, I think I agree with you. I agree.
I think, for example, right now, man, the Passport Bros are a perfect target because it's all up in the clouds. Everyone's talking about it. You get through a few brothers, might be British, and you might, I think a lot of people in the audience, a lot of people in the space, man, they're not fully on one side. That's the key thing. Like a lot of people, they might claim certain pills, but they're not really, really about that life. They just like to be reaffirmed in someone's message. Like, pump and dump for life. Nah, a lot of people are being reasonable and they're thinking, I would really want to be doing this when I'm 60, 70. Like, is that really a feasible future path? So I think, a lot of, again, it's all just, what's attractive, what's entertaining, but the audience is very fickle as well. So it's not like they are just, but I think the audience should also be kind of manipulated in the best sense, and then you can help them with your own message, which is, it should have some integrity about it and be a balanced view. And then you're kind of doing your service to people who might have just, if you didn't exist, might have just fallen to some extreme person saying, dump her by the roadside and all of this garbage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, I hear you, bro. I hear you for definite. So,
Dude, Wim,
wise words as always.
this is something. Have you ever considered doing like short videos to get you to that 1,000 mark on like hot topics?
My highest rated videos are the shorter ones, pre-recorded ones. So yeah, that's definitely a thought of mine for sure.
Dude, the same guy I told you about, I was telling him this and he started doing it. I think he did one recently on who's that Pakistani guy that is famous in Britain who got caught with that dude. He did a short video on him. He did a short video on him and showing all the clips where he was exposed for. And that got like, I think his highest view so far. I think he got like 30K views and he got like 200 more subscribers in one video. So you guys should try and do that. Like if I was you guys, I don't have time to be doing like YouTube these days, but if I had a YouTube channel, like these days, you know what I would have done? Remember the Andrew Tate debates that he had with that he would have on Twitch? I would clip some of them and just do commentary on those. That would probably take like 20 minutes. And you can post that. Just the names alone.
Okay, but to be fair, I think Wim knows what he's doing, man. I think we can't give him advice. He knows what he's doing. He's got skin in the game, So
yeah. Of course, you guys are.
I'm never too proud to take suggestions because again, audience capture now. Let's be honest, you're the audience, so you're the one who's watching. So I can never be too proud, isn't it?
No. Look, that's not for you, man. You're a principled dude, man. Yeah, I'm just saying, if there's anyone who has no morals out there, Falcon, you should do one of another country, man.
Falcon. Hey, you've read my mind, man. That's just that. I was planning that today. You've read my mind, bro. Falcon. There's gonna be those videos are pushing my channel. If you've noticed any growth, it's those videos, and especially the Ethiopian one.
Okay.
So, bro, I'm gonna make money for Sim.
How heated it got on your comment section for the Ethiopian one. You want to know what would even be 100 times better? What would get even 100 times more interaction? Dating a Somali woman. Do one on Somali women. The Somali man would come on the channel like crazy, bro. They would flood your channel. Have you seen how protective they become over their women?
Oh, really? I heard Somali men don't like the Somali women, especially in the West. There's a
guy that's bullshit. But they don't want. No, that's bullshit.
Well, there's a guy on my channel.
I'm telling you,
they're like white women. They're like Mexican women. I think one of the. So okay, fair enough then. But I've had a Somali on there, a couple of them actually. You seem to be yeah. Okay.
Dude, that's not true, Falcon. I swear to God, man. Just do one video. What it's like to be with a Somali woman. I guarantee you that thing will get 200K. The Somali president might call you up.
Damn, son, is it that bad?
Bro. All right. Sorry, I have to end the stream, bro. It's 10 past 12 GMT time, bro. And it's Monday. So thank you everyone for joining the stream. Appreciate everyone for staying this long. Please make sure if you're listening on the playback, you subscribe, like the stream, share stream, subscribe if you are new. And until next time, we're out of here. Thanks, everyone.
Peace.
Thanks for having me. Peace.